I'm diving right into the middle of this one. If you set aside your skepticism, this will be easier to digest, but it's only right that I start here. Yesterday, when I went into the office, I found a sticky note on the monitor of my computer. I recognized the unique pink square that had been left by Camilla, our secretary that works the front desk. I pass by her every day, and I can't help but notice her wide collection of sticky notes in all different shapes and colors. The message on the paper only contained 2 words in Sharpie. The note had to have just been written, as I could still smell the strong chemical residue on the paper from the marker that she'd used to write, "Sister called." I stood there staring at that note, trying to fight back tears and figure out what it meant because my sister died last year. I think it's safe to say that nobody at my work knows any aspect of my personal life past my name, maybe that I like cats. And that could be derived from simply looking at the minuscule amount of decorations in my cubicle. I'm quite reserved when it comes to sharing personal things about myself at work. I think it's inappropriate to expect a group of coworkers to empathize with what goes on outside the office doors. Camilla wouldn't have had any clue as to how unnerving the message that she left was. It brought me to tears after reading it. It was an unexpected response I couldn't catch, like bumping a glass off the table. By the time I could process the fall, the tears were too fast to catch. I went to the bathroom to clean myself up, and then I went to ask Camilla about the sticky note that she'd left me. I tried to believe that she must have spoken to someone and misheard them, but when I got to the front desk, the sticky note was still in my hand. I knew she'd written it, but I still asked, "Was this from you?" Unable to think of a better way to inquire without telling why such a simple message gave me such confusion, Camilla looked at the message and told me, "Oh yes, 10 minutes before you got back in, a woman called, Jamie, called asking for you. Said she was your sister." I was speechless, and I felt the tears begin to fall down again. Camilla obviously saw them and gave me a weird look. I told her that I just hadn't heard from my sister in a while, and I guess I didn't know how much I missed her. None of which is a lie. Before Jamie's passing, her and I had been fighting, and the last time we'd spoke was at Thanksgiving the year before. There was so much I wanted to say to her, so much that she probably wanted to say to me. But either way, that call, I think it was her goodbye. A few years ago, I lived in this massive old mansion that had been converted into apartments. Over 100 years old, creaky floors, drafty windows, the kind of place that definitely had character. My roommate and I shared the top floor, which had attic access with a private back entrance, a set of rickety stairs leading up to our kitchen door. The place had its quirks for sure, but we liked it. One night, I was curled up on the couch with my boyfriend watching a movie. It was late, but not too late. The house was otherwise quiet, just the occasional groan of old wood settling. My phone buzzed. It was my roommate. "Hey, bringing a date home. Cool if we use the big TV?" I told him sure, no problem, and my boyfriend and I moved into the bedroom to finish our movie. No big deal. A little while later, we heard heavy footsteps coming up the back stairs. Slow, deliberate, each one landing hard on the wooden steps. Then the kitchen door creaked open. The door that always squeaked, no matter how careful you were. It shut with a familiar thud. Footsteps moved across the kitchen, past my bedroom door, and down the hallway toward the living room. I didn't think much of it at first. My roommate had said he was coming home, right? We kept watching our movie, letting the sound fade into the background. Eventually, my boyfriend left, and I settled in for the night. And that's when something started nagging at me. A slow, creeping realization. The apartment was too quiet. No muffled conversation, no sounds from the living room, no movement at all. Something told me to call my roommate. "Hey, Were you guys being super quiet or what? We just got to Blockbuster. We're picking out a movie and then heading home. His response literally sent a chill down my spine. I didn't have anything to say at first, just sat there, staring at my bedroom door, feeling my stomach drop. Someone had walked through my apartment. Someone had come up those stairs, opened the door, and walked right past. Without thinking, I called my boyfriend. I'm staying at your place. I didn't even pack a bag. I just grabbed my keys and left. To this day, I have no idea who or what was in that apartment with us. This is the only real paranormal experience anyone in my family's ever had, but it gives me chills every time I think about it. Back in the late 70s, my mom was staying the night at a friend's house. It wasn't anything unusual, just a normal sleepover. They had hung out, probably listening to records, and then eventually went to bed. My mom was sleeping alone in the guest room, which had a little beauty desk with a mirror against the wall. It was sort of built into it. Sometime in the early morning, she woke up. She wasn't sure why at first, but then she saw movement out of the corner of her eye. There, sitting at the beauty desk, was a girl brushing her hair. Half asleep, my mom just assumed it was her friend. It was early. Maybe she'd woken up to get ready for the day. My mom mumbled something, probably a groggy, "What time is it?" or "You're up early." The girl didn't respond. She just kept brushing her hair. My mom wasn't alarmed. She was tired, and if her friend didn't feel like talking, whatever. She rolled over and went back to sleep. In the morning, she mentioned it casually. Her friend gave her a weird look. I never got up. I was sleeping all night till we got up. It unsettled my mom, but she didn't push it. Maybe she'd been dreaming, or maybe she just thought she'd woken up. She let it go until she heard the rest. Later, she found out that a girl had lived in that house before her friend's family had moved in, and that girl had died by taking her own life in that room at that beauty desk. It was the only paranormal experience my mom ever had, and to this day, she swears she was awake when she saw that girl brushing her hair. And honestly, I believe her. Some of my earliest memories are of visiting my grandparents' house. It was a cozy little place, faded floral wallpaper, the scent of old books and coffee. My grandmother was always in the kitchen, humming as she would be baking something sweet. And my grandfather wasn't much of a talker. He was a quiet man, always sitting in his favorite chair by the window. I remember the way that he'd sit there, watching the world outside, barely acknowledging anyone with more than a nod. He never played with me or spoke, but I never thought much of it. I was just a toddler, happy to be in the presence of family. When my grandmother passed away, I was about 3 or 4. After that, we stopped visiting the house and life moved on. I don't remember seeing my grandfather again after my grandmother was gone. Years later, when I was around 13, I was at home when something small but familiar caught my eye. My parents had moved my grandfather's old chair into our living room, the same one that he'd always had. I guess it was in storage. I smiled at the memory, running my fingers over the worn fabric. Casually, I said, "I remember Grandpa sitting in this chair all the time when we visited. He never talked, though. Why was he so quiet?" I expected a chuckle or a fond story, but instead, my parents went silent. They exchanged a glance, one of those looks that said 1,000 words without saying a thing. Finally, my mom cleared her throat. "Honey," she said slowly, "your grandfather died before you were born." I laughed at first, thinking she was joking, but their serious faces told me otherwise. I had memories of a man I'd never met, and he'd been sitting in that chair the whole time. This happened today, and I need to get it out while it's fresh because I can't shake the feeling that something's wrong. I was home with my daughter, just a normal afternoon. She was in her room and I was folding laundry, not thinking about much. Then, out of nowhere, I heard my husband yell my name, angry, like I'd done something to piss him off. It stopped me cold. He wasn't supposed to be home yet, and he would never speak like that in front of our daughter. Before I could even move, my daughter came out of her room. She didn't say anything, just stood there, fidgeting, eyes darting between me and the direction of the voice, and I could tell that she was nervous, waiting for me to explain it. I grabbed my phone and called my husband. He picked up after a few rings. "Are you home?" I asked. "No," he said. "I'm still at work. Why?" I didn't know what to say. I just stood there, listening to how wrong the silence felt. The thing is, this isn't the first time. For months now, I've been hearing my husband's voice when he's not home. Sometimes it's distant, like he's talking in another room. Sometimes he calls my name, like he did today, but in a normal tone. The first few times, I brushed it off. Maybe I was imagining it. Maybe I was just used to the sound of his voice and my brain was filling in the silence. But this time was different. This time, my daughter heard it too. Now I don't really know what's worse. The fact that there's something in this house that's mimicking my husband's voice, or the fact that it's getting bolder, angrier. I'm a full-time firefighter, paramedic. Been on the job for 17 plus years. I've never experienced anything like this before, or since. I want to start by saying I'm a rational adult. I believe in scientific, rational explanations for things. But for this, I got nothing. A few years back, we responded to a call around 3 or 4 a.m. for an elderly man with chest pain. On scene, we found a 96-year-old man complaining of crushing substernal chest pain. It had started around 9 p.m. Tough old guy said, "I figured, hell, I'll sleep it off." Of course, it got progressively worse throughout the night, so his wife got sick of him complaining and made him call 911. Layout of the house was typical for a single-story ranch. Front door into living room. Hallway to the right leads to the bedroom that we were in with the patient. To the left leads to the kitchen, dining room, with a door attached to the garage. I was in the bedroom with another medic. Our third guy was sitting at the kitchen table, putting the patient's info into the computer for the run report. As we started treating the man, he went into cardiac arrest and we immediately began CPR. While heading back out to the truck to get supplies, I yelled to our other medic in the kitchen to get into the bedroom and help out. We shocked the man. To everyone's surprise, we immediately got a rhythm back. As we were loading the patient for transport, I asked the wife, who was also a century old in her nightgown, if she wanted to ride with us to the hospital so she could be with her husband. She was obviously in shock from everything going on and seemed hesitant to leave the house not dressed, but we needed to move with purpose. We asked if their children lived close by, if she could get a ride, as we needed to transport right now. She said, "No, our daughter lives in another state." Suddenly, our third guy, the one getting the patient's info in the kitchen, says, "Well, can your son drive you?" To which she responds, "We only have a daughter." This confused my partner, but there was no time for further discussion, and we brought the man to the ER. Believe it or not, he survived after coding a total of 11 times. After the call, myself and the other medic looked at our partner and asked what was all that about at the house regarding him referring to their son. He told me right before I went to get him from the kitchen, a middle-aged man walked right by him. He said that he looked just like the old man, but he had dark brown hair, and he thought it must have been their son. He was also wearing white t-shirt and blue pajama pants. Seemed half asleep when he walked by. He figured that he came out of his bedroom, that all the commotion had woke him up or something. He says the man didn't acknowledge him. He yawned and sort of bumped into the kitchen cabinet before opening the door to the garage and going out into it. He never turned the light on, simply turned back around, closed the door, and walked past him, and turned the corner to the hallway. Apparently, that was when I came around the corner to yell at him to get in there and help. Our partner said, "You had to have practically bumped right into him in the hall." There was nobody else in that house. I saw no one. It was just the elderly couple that lived there. Here's the part that bothers me the most. The old man, our patient, he was wearing the white t-shirt and blue pajama pants. So, what the fuck did our partner see? Was it our patient's ghost, spirit, or whatever? Too freaking weird to wrap my brain around. None of us could ever explain it. And our partner still doesn't like to talk about it, even years later. When I was in elementary school, I had an experience that I believe was paranormal. My family has since moved, and we've lived in Puyallup for over 15 years, but this was when my family still lived in Steilacoom in Washington. My school was pretty old. I think at one point it was smaller, but they built onto it a little bit. Either way, the area where we had library, it was the front office and the gym. It was the oldest part of the school. Our class would do library once a week, which was always a drag because it was my favorite part of school. I loved reading, and basically everything else in school was hard, including making friends. It wasn't like I was actively trying or that I wanted a lot of friends. I just kind of wanted people to leave me alone. Being a target sucks. Why was I a target? It was likely due to the fact that I was traditionally different than most of the kids. Symbrachydactyly, a congenital hand disorder that one, such as me, is born with. If you haven't Googled it already, it means one of my hands, my left, is smaller and underdeveloped in comparison to the right. An over-exaggerated example of this, but subjectively funny, would be Scary Movie 2. It's okay. You can feel uncomfortable, or you can laugh. I'm funny now. Anyway, the library. I loved free reading time. I had a perfectly hidden nook that I quite enjoyed tucking myself into as I read the latest installment of Magic Treehouse. I'd chosen this spot because a specific classmate had taken a liking to messing with me when I sat in the general circle area or at any of the tables. You know, he was one of those kids that either didn't know how to read or just didn't like to. As a child, I was smart enough to know that adults should be doing something to help me, to stop this, but I also wasn't going to do anything about it. I wasn't going to tattle or make a scene. It never worked out for other kids. I'd seen it time and time again fail for others, so the nook, that was my solution. And just for a moment, I'd like to talk about this nook more specifically. Before this event that I'm about to get into, I'd always felt really welcome in this corner of the library. In fact, if I'm really honest with myself, from the moment I found the nook, it felt like I was led there by something. I read a lot of fantastical books and I had a big imagination, so it didn't seem so strange to me that maybe there was some sort of invisible friend here, perhaps an alien. I was a big fan of E.T. I recall a carving on the inside of the nook. C.L. was here. I wasn't rebellious enough to carve my own initials, but I admired this C.L. I remember one time while in the nook, I was sort of sitting with my feet hanging out instead of tucked into my chest like I usually did. I'd heard someone walking in my direction, but before I actually heard the footsteps, a small voice, one that wasn't my own, said clearly, "The mean one, he's coming this way." Instinctually, I tucked my legs in, and then I heard the footsteps. Sure enough, it was the mean one, running past the nook, and then past it one last time on his way back. Maybe this type of thing only happens the one time, and that's why I can recall this example, but it really sits in my mind as if this kind of thing happened several times. Well, one day, I found myself in a predicament. I was leaving the nook. I must have missed all of the silent or not so silent cues. I heard the familiar sound of that kid's awful voice. "Are you hiding in the walls? You really are a weirdo, aren't you?" He didn't even have his crew with him, just the mean kid, coming to remind me how strange he thinks I am. Instead of letting me walk past him, he puts a finger to my chest. He had a few inches on me, so as I look up at him, he's staring down. "No, you stay in the wall, weirdo." I went to move his finger with my hands, and he dramatically exclaimed out loud, "Ew, don't touch me with your weird hand." But he doesn't budge, his finger still pressed on my chest. Then I hear something, crystal clear in my right ear. "Back up, watch this." Listening, I step back slowly. Clearly this kid thought that I was indeed going to go back into the wall. But no, I was just following instructions. I was going to watch. He gets real stiff and he asks me, "What? What'd you say?" I tell him, "What? I didn't say anything. What did you hear?" He doesn't answer me. Instead, he almost looks like he's gonna cry. He shouts at me that it's not funny. I just turn and I look confused. He jolts his body, looking behind him now, this time asking me while turned around, "Hey, how are you doing that?" I don't say anything. I truly don't know what's happening, but I have to assume that this is what I was to watch for. He looks back at me. He's angry, or is he scared? He's about to say something when I watch as a book is pushed from the shelf and onto his head. He's shocked because he knows that I didn't do it. Then, another book, and another. 3 different books pushed from the shelf and onto this kid. I almost laugh, but I hold my tongue and I cover my mouth. If he was angry before, he was absolutely terrified now. Without a word, he starts to well up in tears, taking off in the opposite direction. After just a few moments, I slowly pick up the books and I start putting them back on the shelf, whispering a sort of thank you before walking off. Honestly, it worked. I wasn't bothered the rest of the year, and the next year was middle school, a whole different ballgame. I do wish that I could have spoken to that kid afterwards, but in some sort of weird role reversal, he was now afraid of me. So even though I'll never know exactly what was said to the kid, I'll always be grateful for the spirit that resided in that library. I have to assume that's what it was anyway. Perhaps it was the infamous CL from the Nook, or an old librarian. I don't know. All I know is it wasn't something that followed me. because I've never felt or seen anything like it since. My husband and I bought our first home almost 2 years ago. It's near the local cemetery. I say near, but it's more like the cemetery is our backyard. There's several rows of trees and a tall wooden fence that separates us from the cemetery. This aspect has never bothered us. We actually like being able to access the cemetery. It offers a decent walking path, and for the most part, I've always found them rather peaceful. If it's important, this cemetery, our house, and a few other houses are spread out at the end of a long dirt road. Our house was absolutely off the grid, which we appreciated. The town itself is sort of small, with a heavy population sitting mainly together in the center. A few large farm properties before getting to the outskirts, the cemetery, the forest, our property, and more forest. My point being that there's just not a lot of people out here. One of my favorite things to do is to walk my bird around outside in the mornings. It sounds silly, but we're talking about an umbrella cockatoo, one of the largest and most affectionate birds around. My beautiful bird is Bono, and yes, Bono is still around. He will likely outlive me and my husband. But anyway, Bono normally asks me to go for the walk. Sort of how you would ask a dog to go for a walk. This is because shortly after I got Bono, I moved in with my husband, who was my then boyfriend. And shortly after that, he decided to adopt a dog, whom we named Snoopy. The two animals had coexisted for the first 4 years of Bono's life. The first phrase Bono ever learned was naturally the one that he'd heard the most. Or maybe he just was fond of Snoopy's reaction to the question, "Want to go for a walk?" Sadly, Snoopy passed away due to a form of terminal blood cancer. It was 4 years after we adopted him. I wouldn't say that Bono was totally depressed, but he certainly missed his pal. When my husband and I stopped asking to go for a walk, Bono started asking instead. It made me incredibly sad. However, one day he started adding, "Bono, go for a walk." And this made me laugh. I picked him up and I took him outside for a walk, and the rest is history. He doesn't fly, he just sits on my shoulder, walks around on my shoulders, that sort of thing. So our routine was to take a couple of laps around the walking path, and then I'd let Bono chat with me and maybe other birds while sitting on this really large stone bench. The bench has a perch that Bono likes to sit on. One morning, early into our move to the new place, my morning walk with Bono was a little different. We had been walking our second and last loop before sitting down. I felt like Bono was being extra fidgety, hopping from shoulder to shoulder a bit more frequently. And then he started making noises. I started to get nervous until I realized that the sounds were familiar. The noises that Bono was mimicking was a whistle. He just hadn't made them since Snoopy passed away. I felt a little less uneasy, but I was curious. Maybe there was a dog in the park. I hadn't seen anyone walking their dog, but maybe someone had a new morning routine. I turn around and we're alone. No people, no pets. Bono then starts to rock back and forth, excitedly. Another move that he would do when Snoopy was around. Suddenly, I felt something brush past my legs. It startled me so much that I jumped and likely made a noise. This caused Bono to laugh at me in his best bird laugh, and he immediately followed it up with, "Silly Snoopy." And I froze. Standing there, I listen as Bono repeats it over and over. "Silly Snoopy." Silly Snoopy. I see nothing. No explanation for what has just brushed past me. Within a few steps, we make it to the stone bench. Bono proceeds to hop onto his perch, and he says things like, "Good Snoopy," and "Snoopy kisses," followed by kissy noises. While sitting and observing my bird, a sudden warmth is felt to my left, just below Bono's perch. I can't really explain why I did this, but I found myself moving my hand over to pet the warmth to my left. When I did, I felt nothing physically, but I swear my entire body was saying, "Snoopy." And then I felt the warmth sort of disappear. For about a half a second, I felt really silly. But almost immediately after the warmth had left my side, I hear, "Good Snoopy. Bye-bye, Snoopy." Turning to look at my bird, I see he's still excited, rocking back and forth. "Bye-bye, Snoopy." He stops with all the familiar noises shortly afterwards, and for a few minutes, we just sit. I remember crying, but not because I was sad or anything. Honestly, I was sort of moved by the whole thing. What I find so special and so strange about this encounter is Bono had never made these noises or had these conversations, not on our walks through the same area, and he hasn't done it since. Shortly after, I recall asking Bono on one of our walks, "Snoopy?" And he actually responded to me, saying, "No, Snoopy, ha ha." And also, just to say it, before this, I had never experienced anything like it, and I haven't since. The feeling of a phantom dog or phantom anything brushing against me, the warmth, it all felt like it really meant something. Oddly enough, my husband had a dream about Snoopy that same morning. We just hadn't talked about it yet. He's not sure about the whole thing being paranormal or connected, but he agrees that it's definitely strange and cool. When Snoopy left to the puppy hospital that day, over a year ago, none of us knew that it would be the last time we saw him. But at least my husband and I got to say goodbye, you know? Part of me feels like this was actually Snoopy saying goodbye to Bono. So I don't know that we'll ever encounter him again, but I'm glad we all shared this moment. Hug your pets and have a blessed day. I used to watch my mom get ready in the mornings. I would sit behind her on the bed, and I'd watch her put on her makeup, take the curlers out of her hair, smiling at me through the mirror. But my favorite part was at the very end. It's when she would let me get a tiny spritz of her perfume. I'd stand next to her, close my eyes, and I'd feel a tiny mist of cold perfume touch my shoulders or arms. I did this for as long as I could remember. Maybe when I was finally doing makeup on my own, I stopped, but I would sneak into her room and use a spritz of her perfume. I lost my mom in 1994, when I was just 16. That's a horrible time for a girl to lose her mother, people would say. But honestly, I couldn't think of a good time to lose your mother, so I wasn't sure what those people knew anyway. For several years after my mom passed away, I would talk to her. To be honest, I never felt like she was with me. I never felt that thing that others feel. That feeling that someone is with you, watching over you. I thought, that's just bullshit they tell you because no one knows how to deal with the idea of someone being dead. People can't deal with death. So, I stuck with that for a very long time. I think in some ways it helped me cope. In other ways I felt entirely alone. Like when I was 18, I just bought my first car, like bought it on my own type of deal. The car that I'd been driving was my mom's, and right when I got into my new car, I watched as they moved her old car somewhere else on the lot, and I just lost it, bawled my eyes out. I know it's strange, but half of me was expecting her to just show up, that her ghost would just be there and comfort me. Of course, that didn't happen, and it felt like for a long time I didn't cry. And then I gave birth to my daughter. I cried before, during, after. These were different kind of cries, though. These were the happy kind. Still, I sort of always took inventory of big moments in my life to just see, And no, I never felt my mom's spirit or whatever. And then somewhere along the way, I just stopped taking inventory, and I sort of let it go, I guess. My daughter got married in 2019. The wedding, or leading up to it, was so emotional. My dad was sick. I thought about my mom constantly. Even the vendors started falling through. Problems left and right. I think the icing on the cake, the thing that broke my heart for my daughter, the wedding venue ended up flooding 4 weeks before the wedding. At that point, it felt like, of course it did. Well, this mishap or divine intervention, depends how you look at it, it brought us to a place that I'd never even thought about before. Not for my daughter's wedding. A place I'd been to 1,000,000 times over. My grandparents' farm, which was now owned by my uncle and his wife. My daughter had always wanted something indoors, so I was relieved when she was actually ecstatic about having the wedding there. It meant moving the wedding 1 state over, smaller guest lists, but it was beautiful. I just felt joy that my daughter felt joy. The night before the wedding, I was laying all of her things out, sitting in front of a vanity in the guest room. I was just looking at myself, at the mirror, at the room. It was my grandma and grandpa's old bedroom. Well, really, it was my grandma's. They definitely each had their own separate sleeping quarters. They were very old school like that. Sitting there, I felt nostalgia rush through my body, my mind. I felt emotional but calm. I didn't cry, but I felt like I could. I was so nervous, but I was so happy. I closed my eyes and I just sort of sat there. I thought it would be my daughter I'd envisioned, dolled up in her dress, her future husband in awe as she waltzed down the aisle. But as my eyes stayed closed, it was my mom I saw. It was me watching her get ready, her smiling. She was just getting to our favorite part, and that's when I smelled that most amazing smell, her perfume. I'd brought it because I wanted to wear it on my daughter's big day, a piece of her grandmother she never knew, More than smell the perfume, I felt the perfume. It was a light dust to my shoulders, as it always was. I immediately opened my eyes, and I see nothing, but I felt it. Whatever I was searching for, that I'd stopped searching for. It was more. It was subtle, yet intense. Like that buzz that a TV gives off when it looks like it's off, but you just know it's not. You can hear it or feel it. My mom, or her energy, it was definitely in this room. For just a moment, the air, it felt like love. It was cold and warm at the same time. The little lamp next to me flickered ever so slightly, and whether I imagined it or I heard it, my name filled my ears, and it was unmistakably my mom's voice. I haven't a clue what it means about how things work, I don't have answers or anything like that, but I do understand deep in my soul what people mean when they say they could just feel something. That's real. You can't force that. I had tried to for years, and it just didn't work, you know? After the wedding, I was helping clean up and put things away. My uncle's wife and I are talking, and I bring up my experience, wanting to get her take on the whole thing. She tells me that the whole house often smells like fresh lilacs, usually spring, early summer. My grandmother used to grow lilac trees right outside the windows for this exact effect. However, those trees were removed when my uncle and her took over the farm because she's allergic to lilacs. Strange as it may be, I smelled those lilacs there too. Life is a mystery. It's practically magic, you know? Anyway, thanks for listening. Union Cemetery in Connecticut is known to be one of the most haunted in the country. You can research yourself, but there's a lot of people who have seen the White Lady there. My family, who lives near the cemetery, told me of the legend, saying that normally people will see green mist or sparkle, and then they'll usually see her from their car. Whenever I visit them, I pass the cemetery more than 5 times a day. It's definitely creepy looking. About 20 years ago, when my aunt and her family moved there, they all went and got ice cream one night. On the way home, they were all looking to see if they could spot the ghost. One of my younger cousins was acting very weird when they got home. He told his sister that he saw the woman, but they were just kids and she thought that he was just trying to scare her. That night, he woke up, screaming and crying. His mom and sister went to calm him down, but he didn't stop. Every night, he woke up crying and screaming, talking to someone, sleepwalking, all the stuff you could imagine. And whenever they tried to calm him down, he was totally unaware of anything that was happening around him, as if he was in another world. They'd shake him aggressively, and he wasn't responsive, ever. My aunt said that she took him to see a spiritual doctor, and it was the doctor who healed him. Nothing has happened to him since. Fun fact, Ed and Lorraine Warren, the one the Conjuring movies are based off of, lived less than 10 minutes from my family's house. I drove by it last year, and it was crazy to think that the Annabelle doll was in that house. Lorraine wanted to visit my cousin's high school because the catacombs were supposed to be haunted, but the school didn't let her. My grandma and grandpa on my mom's side were born and raised in Montenegro. My great-grandpa's house is where they and the whole family lived. Things were done differently in my culture, so if something in this story seems odd, it's just how things were done. Witches were and are very common back home in Montenegro. Most people couldn't afford doctors, and like my family, when you live surrounded by mountains and no one owns cars, you would go to the village witch doctor. This woman, who was a known witch, married my grandpa's brother. Before she could get pregnant, my grandpa's brother was murdered. So even though she didn't bear any children, my great-grandfather still kept her in the house as his daughter-in-law. The only thing I've heard about her is that she was an evil woman. Her and my grandparents lived in the same house. My grandma got pregnant for the first time and had a dream that a woman in a wedding dress came to her and said,
"Congratulations, you're pregnant and it's a boy. But do not get excited, because he's going to die."
My grandma had the baby, and before he was a couple of months old, he died. My grandma got pregnant again, and the same woman visited her in her dreams and said,
"Congratulations, you're pregnant and it's a boy. But just like before, don't get excited because this child will be taken from you too."
Sure enough, it happened again. Before the baby was a year old, he died. The third time my grandma got pregnant, she believed the land or something had been cursed, so she had the baby far away from home. After a year or so, she woke in the middle of the night to the baby dying. She can't explain to us exactly what the baby was doing because our language doesn't have a lot of descriptive words. But she called the witch to come help. The witch cracked an egg on the baby's chest, and my grandma said that she saw the yolk slowly move up to the baby's neck and stay there. The witch turned to my grandma and said,
"The baby won't die with you in the room. You have to leave."
And suddenly, my grandma was not in the room. My grandma said the moment both of her feet were outside of the house, she heard her baby die. My grandma had 11 children, and only 5 of them are alive today. The worst she went through was when they had a son in Italy while they were refugees coming to America. And when he was 8 years old, he got hit by a car when his ball rolled into the street. My grandma and my family are convinced that the witch cursed her. This next story, it's about the Florida house. This was my dad's house in Clearwater, Florida. My grandparents moved out there in the early 90s, and the whole family experienced things there. And I wonder if anyone who's lived in the house after them, or even now, experiences it as well. My grandpa bought this foreclosed house. They lived in a condo or something in the meantime while they finished the house. My uncle told me that when he went there to smoke and chill with friends, the house had pentagrams spray painted on the walls, empty beer cans everywhere. So he assumed teens used to use the house to party and do weird shit while it was empty. He took a girl there one day, and he said he heard pipes banging upstairs. And when he went to the spot that he heard the pipes, they started banging downstairs. He thought it was weird. They finally moved in, and my aunt, the youngest sibling, came home from her first day of school crying. She said the kids were telling her how a girl hung herself in their attic. That's where both of my aunts slept. The attic wasn't like a crawl space either. It was a finished room. My other aunt, oldest sibling, said that the initials of the girl who supposedly killed herself were carved into the windowsill. My dad said he'd always see a girl in white in the house, but he never thought anything of it. My dad's side of the family are hardcore realists. He said he remembers sleeping, feeling the pressure of someone getting into bed with him, but no one was there. He'd sometimes even feel someone breathing on his neck. Craziest story is when the oldest aunt got engaged, and her fiancé was at the house playing cards with the family. They both told me that they, clear as day, saw a woman walking or floating in the kitchen in the attic. She had white on, and something white on her head. They were confused because my youngest aunt had gone to bed about an hour before. So my aunt ran upstairs to check if it was her sister, thinking maybe she had just showered. But my aunt was passed out, dry hair, and not wearing white. My grandpa, who is a foreign Albanian man, which is important because Albanian men have a toxic way of thinking that talking about this kind of stuff is embarrassing and that no man should mention it. So the fact that he admitted that it was true means it was definitely true. Well, he said that he would also see a girl walking around the house, and that one time he got so upset that she wasn't answering him, thinking it was his daughter, that he walked around the entire house looking for her. And one day, one of the family members, years after moving out, mentioned how they used to see a girl walking around, and everyone had one of those, "Oh my God, I saw it too," moments. When I was around 11 years old, my parents got a divorce, and that meant selling our house. I had the choice to stay with my mom or my dad, which, by the way, it's a really shitty choice to give a kid, but it's fine. Long story short, I chose my dad because I didn't want him to live alone. I knew my mom would be fine. Plus, my mom would probably just end up picking me up a lot of the time anyway, so it felt like the better of the shitty choices. So my dad ends up moving into a mobile home park, somewhere further than my mom, just outside of Fresno, in a little place called Clovis. The mobile home is nicer than I expected it to be. Right away, I could see that I had my own room. I wasn't sure my dad was going to even think about that sort of thing in his mad dash to find a place. You could tell that old people used to live here. The coloring on the walls, blush tones, floral print, thick shag-like brown carpet. That weird old wood paneling covered the walls in all the places that weren't covered in wallpaper. The only place I'd seen anything quite like it was my granny's house, and she was old, so old people. I set up my bed and decided to go cruise the little neighborhood, see what the deal was as far as other kids go. I noticed almost immediately that it wasn't just my dad's house that was old school. Every single one of his neighbors, they had to be in their 60s or 70s. I get to the end of the loop, pretty quickly learning that there's just one exit in and out of this place, which seems like some sort of hazard or something. I turn my bike around, and standing in front of me is a super old woman, wearing nothing but a nightgown, a filthy one at that. She scares the crap out of me, and I jump back a bit. She takes a step towards me, and before it registers, she disappears. I don't know if I blinked or what, but this woman just vanished. I power biked it home to my dad's, and I ran inside. He's telling me to stop slamming doors. Something about taking off my shoes. Like, what? He's not even a shoes in the house kind of guy. But I comply, while not taking my eyes off the window to the outside. I tell my dad straight up, some old lady really just disappeared in front of me. It sounds insane leaving my lips, and my dad laughs. While walking into the other room, he says over his shoulder, "Yeah, everyone here is pretty old. Old is scary, huh?" He keeps laughing, even after leaving the room. Judging by how dismissive my dad was, not worried. I decide, okay, so I definitely didn't see that. Like, I made it up, and that's crazy, but maybe that's something that happens sometimes. The sun was going down. I would have told myself anything to believe that a scary old woman didn't disappear in front of my eyes. And of course, something happens as I'm getting ready for bed, and of course, it's terrifying. While my dad and I are watching TV, I keep feeling as though something is moving around in my room or watching me. Like the light from the outside was shining through the bedroom window, and I could see the light through the side crack in the door. But every couple of minutes, something would block that crack of light, as if someone was standing behind the door. Without much thought, I start to head towards my room to see what this trick of the light was. I go to open my door all the way, and it stops, like something really is behind it. I turn to look, and as I do, I see something standing before quickly disappearing, causing me to sort of fall into the door and down a bit. There was no longer something behind the door. My dad asks me, what is it with me and doors, and telling me to leave it alone. So I just decide to close the bedroom door and keep watching TV. I want to ignore this, but I can't, because now I can see the light being blocked from underneath the door. Again, as though someone is standing on the other side of it. I tap my dad and I ask him, "Doesn't it look like someone standing in my room?" And I pointed to the door, saying, "Look at the light." He's watching, but nothing happens. I tell him to wait because it will, so he does. It's still not happening, but of course, right when he looks away, it happens. Someone moving on the other side of the door. I tap my dad, and as I do, my bedroom door handle moves slightly, the way that it would if you were opening it from the other side, followed by it immediately opening very slowly until it was fully open. A huge piece of me wants something more to happen so my dad can witness it with me. And like it could read my mind, the door starts to close, ever so slowly. I grasp my dad's arm and I ask him what the hell that is. And he sort of lets out a sigh or a gruff, saying, "Well, obviously you falling and hanging on the doors isn't good for them. Guess you get to have the wonky door in the house. Sorry, kid." Was this man serious? Not even remotely rattled at a door opening and closing by itself? I tell my dad I'm not sleeping in that room, and he tells me like hell I'm not. He didn't splurge on 2 bedrooms just so I could sleep in the living room. So that plan goes out the window. Bedtime. I remember that night I prayed. It makes me chuckle because I wasn't like a religious kid. Sometimes my granny would make me go on an occasional Sunday, but that was it. However, when you're desperate, God seems like about the only option. I was asking for kid shit like, "Please don't let any old ladies in my room. Please let me have cool dreams." Stuff like that. Going to bed, I kept my window shades open and my door cracked so that I could have some light. I actually fell asleep pretty easily, but then I woke up. At first, I just laid there, wondering why I felt weird. And then I realized that the room was pitch black. The curtains were closed, my door was closed, but also, someone was with me. At first, I just felt their presence, but then, the feeling of someone climbing into bed with me. The covers being moved, the bed indenting slightly, and a horrible sound. It was like someone struggling to breathe through mud. I still hear it in my head sometimes. I have nothing to relate it to outside of this experience, but I just laid there, keeping my eyes shut tightly. I knew I wasn't paralyzed, but I was still afraid to move, so I screamed. It was the loudest scream I think I've produced, but oh, did it work to get my dad's attention. He comes crashing into my room, and to my horror, he shouts, "Who the fuck?" Before quickly turning on the light. I hop out of bed and over to my dad. He's still in some sort of state of shock because he doesn't immediately embrace me. It's only after I say "Dad" over and over again through crying that he looks down and proceeds to pick me up. He shuts my door and takes us both into his room, where we spend the rest of the night. It took me a while to fall asleep, but even when I did, my dad was still awake. I don't think he slept a wink that night. He never made me sleep in that room again. He actually made me stay with my mom while he looked for somewhere new to live. He never told me exactly what happened, what he saw, just that he didn't like that place. But you know I got the scoop from my mom when I was older. She couldn't wait to tell me because she loves that spirit stuff, ghosts and everything. My dad, he saw someone laying in my bed, but he saw someone standing over me too. But more, he saw them everywhere. Multiple shadows or figures standing in my room, most of them close to me. It was scary enough, all of it, but goddamn, I'm glad I never opened my eyes. Growing up, I had multiple paranormal experiences, and this one still freaks me out. I've always been skeptical, so I do my best to find explanations, but sometimes there just isn't one. Many of these instances happened when others were around to see it as well, so I know it's not my imagination. As a teenager, I started becoming a little too interested in the paranormal, and I wasn't afraid of anything. At one point, I began dabbling with something I shouldn't have, and things got a little too intense. I had a friend who would randomly change the subject of conversation to weird, creepy shit that didn't make sense. Then, he'd suddenly stop and not remember anything he said. Usually, he went back to the original topic, and that would be the end of it. But when we were 15, he went into these trances while we were on the phone. That time, he said, "Follow the tracks to your right. Then, near the end, you'll come to their resting place." The layout of my old trailer park is important for the next parts. It was a pretty nice one. I lived in a small town, and the park was in a heavily wooded, secluded area. The driveway divided the park in half and came to a dead end at the rear. Just past that was an embankment, and at the bottom, there was an old railroad track that ended in the woods. On one side was an old abandoned mill. On the other side was a dense thicket of trees in a neighborhood. It was late summer afternoon when I followed the cryptic directions down to the railroad tracks. Near the end, I heard footsteps in the woods to my right, and I headed up the embankment for a closer look. Nobody was there, but I found a small graveyard, curiously tucked away behind the neighborhood. It's most likely a small family plot from the early 1800s. There were only 20 markers at most, but nothing weird ever happened there. Another late afternoon, my friend went into a trance. He said, "Head to the tracks, cross them. When you enter the woods, you'll see him." I was cocky, so I did just that. This time, I crossed the path behind the trailer park. They passed through a small section of woods before entering a clearing to the old mill on the left. And on the right are miles of power lines. The moment I entered the tree line, I heard snapping branches, and I saw the black silhouette of a man galloping by on a black horse before disappearing into the trees. Horses weren't a common sight around my town, so I decided to investigate the area he came from. Near the edge of the tree line, I found an old, collapsed horse stable. Nothing else nearby. If he continued in the same direction, he'd eventually reach another neighborhood, but there was nothing else around. Intrigued, I called to update my friend, but he refused to believe me. The following day, I took him to the location, and as we entered the tree line, we saw the horseman taking the same path as I had the night before. It was broad daylight. There's no way we both imagined it. We were freaked out, but we continued to the stable ruins. The strangest part of it all was the fact that I brought a few other friends to see the stable, and every time the horseman appeared. After finding the stable, each encounter became more intense. TVs and stereos would turn on by themselves, even when others were present. I experienced intense feelings of being watched and inexplicable moments of dread for no reason. Sometimes when home alone, I would hear muffled conversations or music.
Like a radio was playing in another room. Stuff would randomly and violently fly across the room. Handprints often appeared on the bathroom mirror after a steamy shower. Sometimes I'd hear the familiar sound of Mom coming home, only to realize nobody was there. Then, one night around 2 or 3, I got bored. I went to the graveyard. I was super uneasy. It felt like I was being watched, but I'm stubborn and refused to back down. Upon arrival, the graveyard was quiet, and feeling dumb, I decided to leave. I was halfway up the trailer park embankment when I heard something rustle and looked up to see the horseman looking down at me. He was pitch black. You could see his outline, but nothing reflected light. It was very similar to how shadow people are described. I stared in disbelief for a few seconds, but snapped out of it when the horse snorted. Turning back, I ran down the embankment and along the tracks as the sound of hoofbeats followed. I went back into the woods and I weaved through the trees in hopes of slowing my pursuer. Finally, I reached the street and ran to our trailer, practically diving through the front door, all while the hoofbeats were still hot on my trail. Mom was at work, so I turned on every light and TV, as if they could somehow keep the horsemen at bay, and eventually, I fell asleep on the couch. Upon waking, it was daylight, and Mom was just getting home. I told her everything that happened, and she said I shouldn't be playing with the paranormal as if it were a toy. She's always shared her own experiences regularly, so she had no trouble believing mine. When the sun finally came up, I returned to the embankment, wondering if I somehow imagined it all. Maybe there was simply a lost horse in the area. I don't know. But I found hoof prints in the sand atop the embankment and nowhere else. That's when I decided to take a break from the paranormal. I'm normally not religious, but I prayed for these things to stop, and I swore I wouldn't mess with them again. Everything really did seem to die down. When I turned 18, it stopped completely. I haven't had a single experience since. At age 8, I woke from a vivid nightmare at 4 a.m. It was about bright green locusts and porcelain dolls. I laid awake for a while, too spooked to go back to sleep, but eventually, I went downstairs to watch TV before school. I was sitting on the sofa, and to my right was the glass door leading upstairs. From the corner of my eye, I see a light up there, and when I turned, I saw a figure. It was a glowing, pale blue shape, with an open robe and hood. There were no facial features, just 2 shiny red eyes. It was beckoning me forward with its left hand. I've never felt terror like that before. I slapped my hands to my face, hiding my eyes from the figure. I felt trapped. I didn't want to open my eyes, but I had nowhere to go. My only options were upstairs, past the figure, or through the kitchen behind me. With a rush of adrenaline, I ran straight upstairs with my eyes closed, right by whatever might have been standing in the doorway. I dove into bed and hid under the covers until my dad got up for work. I kept going into his room asking if he was getting up soon, and he eventually went downstairs as I followed behind. There was no sign of anything, but my heart was still racing, and I was terrified. I followed Dad all the way to the bathroom and virtually stood behind him as he peed. Finally, I found the courage to tell him what I saw, but he was a skeptic and said it was just my imagination. I could almost believe him. I was a pretty weird kid. I loved horror and the paranormal, but I'd never experienced anything like this. The whole feeling of it was strange. I still remember it like it was yesterday, even all these years later. I thought the nightmare could have sent my imagination into overdrive. Or that light was reflecting off of the glass panels, and my brain processed that image of the phantom. There's only one thing that doesn't let me dismiss it completely. When I came downstairs that night, I wasn't alone. Our cat was there too. Fugly was a big silver Persian that my dad thought was hideous, hence the name. This was a very docile cat. You could do anything to her, and she would just keep purring. She didn't have a bad bone in her body. When I followed Dad through the kitchen, I saw Fugly on one of the dining room chairs, tucked under the table. When I bent down to look at her, she was severely spooked. Her eyes were saucers, her fur standing up straight. She was nearly twice her size. I put my hand towards her, but she hissed and scratched my hand hard enough to draw blood. This really stayed with me. She'd never acted like that before, nor did she ever display that behavior again after. So, that's my only experience. I love the paranormal. I'm pretty open-minded. What's your opinion? Do I have an overactive imagination, or could it have been something else? Has anyone seen something similar? This is short, but I can't stop thinking about it. First, you need to know that I'm a ghost magnet. Seriously, there's something about me that attracts spirits. I don't know what it is, but lately, I've been trying to ignore them while I deal with my depression. The other day was completely normal until I went to the bathroom and looked in the mirror. Behind my reflection stood a very tall figure with a hairy head and no eyes, dangling arms. It wore a black and white outfit, and it scared the shit out of me. When I looked back at my own reflection, it was still standing straight and smiling back at me. I know that's not what I looked like at the moment. It kept looking straight into my eyes as I backed out of the bathroom and into my own. I closed my door, turned on all the lights, got into bed where I resumed my "this isn't real" chant. Eventually, I fell asleep and woke up the next morning, but when I went to the bathroom, nothing was out of the ordinary. Does anyone have a clue what's going on? It's freaking me out. Hey everyone, I'm 33, in good health, and I come from Lower Saxony, Germany. Yes, sometimes life has been troubling, but I've always been open-minded when it comes to the paranormal. 2 weeks ago, I had a nightmare that took place in my room. I dreamed that my bedroom was a movie set. To the left of my bed was my grandparents' old cupboard. To the right was a newer cupboard, and the window was across from the bed. In the dream, I was laying on my right side when someone grabbed me. I slowly turned around and saw someone sitting next to me. I couldn't tell their gender, but they had long hair, and they were facing the opposite direction. When I touched their back, they turned around, and I shouted, "Who are you?" Suddenly, the figure was gone, and frightened, I got up to look out the window. That's when I woke up shouting. But I was also experiencing sleep paralysis, so I couldn't move. It's happened before, so I knew what was going on. I wondered why the blinds were still down, because I hadn't realized that I was still dreaming when I looked outside. First, I wondered who the person had been, I live alone. I don't have a girlfriend. My grandmother has lived in a retirement home since May. And my grandfather passed away. But he didn't die in the apartment. I've read that many people see an entity when experiencing sleep paralysis. But I'm not sure if seeing it before I woke up still counts. The last time I had sleep paralysis was in 2019. And before that, it was 2012. During the 2019 experience, I was in my ex-girlfriend's living room. When I woke up, I couldn't move, and someone was walking down the hallway towards the front door. Like I said, I've been pretty open-minded when it comes to the paranormal. 7 years ago, my grandfather died from a tumor, but now I need to circle back to that cupboard that came from his old house in 2007. That's the house my great-grandmother died in on December 24th, 1999. I suspect it was the source behind the activity. I do feel like someone is here, but in a good way. I know it sounds far-fetched, but that's how it feels. I didn't feel this way when my grandparents still lived in the house. Of course, I was younger then. A few months ago, there was another incident in the living room where I have a second cupboard from my grandparents. It contains a few old books about nature, and one just fell over. Nothing was shaking. It wasn't standing at a strange angle. It simply fell over, and I was pretty scared. What are your thoughts? I'm not too frightened anymore. I have good feelings about my grandmother and grandfather. They were the best people I've ever known. But could all of this have something to do with their furniture?
When I was 6 or 7 years old, I experienced something that I've never really been able to explain, at least not logically. When my mom was still alive, she used to say that I must have seen a ghost. Yeah, maybe, but it was more than that too. I'd been sitting outside near the chain link fence, just past the playset at my after-school daycare. I don't know what I was thinking about. Probably my last truly innocent, childlike thought. But my real memory, it starts when I'm suddenly drawn to a girl who was standing in the middle of the road. She seemed to appear out of nowhere. She was around my age, maybe younger, just standing there, facing the playground, facing me. No parents around. She looked like she'd been hurt. She looked odd. It wasn't like I could see blood. The color of whatever covered her was muted, like the rest of her, almost like the color of dirt. And her skin, it was gray. At the time, I'd never seen what a dead person or a ghost was supposed to look like. But when I was about 10 or 11, I accidentally saw a movie called Night Watch. The deceased in that movie, the grayish, greenish tone, that's what this girl had. I instantly thought of that girl when I saw it, like I do most times that death comes up, or ghosts, or a lot of things, really. Anyway, I watched as the little girl suddenly disappeared. I looked for her, getting up from the ground and walking closer to the fence. Looking right and left, I saw no one. And then I felt something push past me. It sort of knocks me over, but I brace myself with my hands, and I end up rocking myself back into a seated position. I look, and just past me, it's the same little girl. She came from inside the playground, but she looks different, still muted, but not hurt. She's chasing after something. She's chasing whatever it is right into the middle of the road, where I'd originally seen her. I turn and look at everybody else outside. No one seems to notice. And suddenly, I hear so much noise behind me. but I'm too afraid to turn back and look. I hear a sound I can't describe, and tires screeching on the road, screaming coming from children, adults, but I can't see any of them. My ears are just filled with this noise, and when I look towards the road, I don't see any cars or people. I just see the little girl. She's hurt again. More noise added to the background. Sirens, crowds. It's deafening. A few moments after I made eye contact with the little girl, I start to feel really sick, and I guess scared. I was filled with this sort of icy cold, hot feeling. It's reminiscent from when I had the flu and my fever was all over the place. I maintained eye contact with the girl, even throughout feeling so ill. I was already sitting on the ground, but I then felt myself begin to lay on the ground, as did the girl. I felt the wood chips scratch my face as I sort of fell into them. Before I knew it, I was closing my eyes. I felt so relaxed, but I remember also thinking, I can't possibly sleep right now. I'm not tired. For several moments, it feels like magnets are keeping my eyes closed. I can't open them to see if the girl is still there. Yet, through my closed eyes, I can feel her. I also felt my body run entirely cold. It was like I was dipped into ice, but it didn't cause my body to move as I'd expect. Instead, I was just lying there with my eyes closed. And though I was relaxed, I tried to call out, to make some sort of noise. Someone has to see that I'm laying down. A teacher, a friend, someone. The noise filling my ears became muted, like the colors of the girl. They were still there, but quieter, as though someone was turning down the volume on a movie or radio. Suddenly, I let myself fall asleep, if you will, and the noise, it just trailed off entirely until it was silent. It's as though I don't care or I don't remember what's happened. It's hard to say which it was or even what happened next. I do know that I hadn't really been asleep. I could hear my surroundings change. The sound of my real surroundings began to fill my ears. A lady I didn't recognize was standing over me, asking if I was okay, grabbing my hands and attempting to lift me up. I was so confused. I kept looking in the street for this girl, for the scene. I told the lady what I had seen, trying to get it all out like it was a dream I may forget. Except I didn't forget. Not that day, not that year, not so many years later. I've never forgotten this experience. The older I've gotten, the wilder this whole thing feels. The lady didn't dismiss me, though. She gave me a snack and asked me what the girl looked like, her hair, her clothes. So I told her all the details I could remember. Brown hair, black pants with some sort of stripe, a gray sweater or jacket. She wrote it all down. I remember thinking she was going to show my mom. Part of me was wondering if I was in trouble, and the other part of me was wondering, had this lady seen the little girl too? What's sort of strange is that the lady never did tell my mom. I can't tell you how nervous I was. I had this feeling that what I saw was unbelievable. I just also knew it was 100% something that had really happened. I wasn't making it up. I just never wanted my mom to be mad at me, which is so funny because she truly never was mad at me for much of anything. Anyway, I waited for my mom to ask me about it, but when she never did ask, and instead asked me what was wrong, I ended up telling her on the way home that day, and several days moving forward in life. The first time, she was sort of shocked at what I was telling her. but she didn't seem scared or anything. And most important, she was sure that I wasn't crazy. She was sure that I wasn't lying. I was filled with relief. I'd let myself breathe again. And then I just let her try to make me feel better. I let her tell me all of her thoughts. And those thoughts, they remained the same for the most part. Her opinion and thoughts about the whole thing. Her whole life, she remained pretty firm that I'd seen a ghost. The daycare, it doesn't exist anymore. That entire street and half-mile radius is filled with various shopping malls. Nothing has ever come up on Google, and I can't find anything about a girl losing her life like that, 1988 or before. When I was a little older, my mom added to her theory, saying that she thought I'd seen the ghost of someone who'd lost their life, most likely at that daycare, most likely before there was a fence. She used to say that some people have gifts, that I could be one of those people. I never understood that as a child, as a teen. It never felt like a gift, more like a curse. However, as an adult, my real experience and my mom's confidence in what it was has left me with a sense of peace instead of angst. I only wish I could really know her name, because is it strange that I feel her name was Sarah? I mean, I know it's Sarah, but Sarah who? Either way, I hope she's at peace. In my adult life, I've been mocked. People have even attempted to shame me a bit for my beliefs. I don't always talk about them for this reason. Not because I care what people think about me, but more because it's sort of offensive to open up about something that's personal to you, only to have someone ridicule you. But I've been feeling nostalgic lately, and this story is essentially the one that led me down this path of beliefs. Like now, I'm not ashamed to admit how awkward and unpopular I was in high school. Early 90s was the Attitude Era, and the news portrayed the normal teenage experience to be one of drugs, debauchery, and violence. My overachieving boomer parents chose to homeschool me up until grade 10. The year prior would have been my freshman year in regular school. Instead, I was still homeschooled. That year, a woman named Diane called our house while my dad was at work. My mom answered the phone, and before the call was disconnected from the wall by the cord, Diane told my mom a story about how she came to be pregnant with my father's baby. Long story short, the staff at my home school were either fired or resigned from their teaching roles, sending me to the wolves of teenage hormones and self-destructive drama. Sophomore year, I'm the new guy, and the first couple of months are incredibly lonely. Both at home and at school, I'm ignored by the ones around me. Like a phantom wandering the hallways, intrusive thoughts were my only company. Often I'd ponder how long it would take for someone to notice the sudden dip in my perfect attendance. However, a fear to discover what the answer might be, I never tested my theories. As the year continued, the people that did grace me with the attention were, in retrospect, probably kids that fostered a lot of the same internal anger I did. Unable to connect what's being taught in school with the existential lessons being taught in our respective homes, we couldn't find the value, and we started skipping school more regularly. Our parents weren't in the PTA, and all of our grades combined wouldn't have made us eligible to participate in any extracurricular activities. Therefore, the secretaries had little incentive to follow up on our whereabouts, or eventually even bother keeping track of our growing absence tallies. With our newly claimed free time, we'd fill it up by drinking and partying nightly. One of our friends, Jordan, he had an older brother who was in the military. He was deployed overseas and he'd given his brother an extra key to his place. Their father was physically abusive and his brother would let him stay when things got heavy. We took advantage of this and slowly began to call the apartment home. By winter of the next year, it was basically Jordan and I living there regularly. And whatever girls we were dating at the time, they'd usually be around too. At the time of this story, I was in a new relationship. She was at the apartment and the plan was to take her home. It was her first time there and she hadn't planned on staying over, but we got snowed in. After a bit of low-key partying, her and I had fallen asleep on the pull-out bed in the living room, watching a movie. Early the next morning, and I mean before the sun was even up, I'm shaken into consciousness by my panicked girlfriend. Her pale cheeks were stained by streaks of eyeliner from where her tears had been falling. From the looks of it, she'd been awake all night. As soon as she sees my eyes open, before I can ask what's wrong, "There's something wrong with this place, Alex. Someone's here." Without thinking much about what she's saying, I tell her, "Yeah, Jordan's here." She quiets her voice as if she's afraid of something and says, "It's not Jordan. It's a man. He was standing over us." I almost hop up out of bed, but she shushes me with one hand and reaches out for me with the other. "Please, come back to bed. Don't leave." I gave her what the hell kind of stare. I wasn't sure what she wanted from me, but her return stare, it seemed desperate. "I think it was a ghost. Like, it was a man, but he wasn't solid." My look didn't change, but I was feeling myself getting a little frustrated. "You woke me up like this because you think you saw a ghost?" I asked her, almost annoyed. If it's not clear, I was not a believer at this time. My question made her straighten up a bit, though. She tells me that she's not messing around. Her words were, "I saw him standing over us. I could see him, but I could also see through him." What would you call that? Based on her description, it sure sounded like a stereotypical ghost. "He walked through a wall, Alex. The man stood over us and then he walked right through that wall." She pointed towards Jordan's room, which was actually his brother's room. I realized that she's pretty upset, and instead of egging her on any further or making her feel worse, I tell her about a time that I had a dream where my mom walked through a wall. She also tried to cut my stomach open in that dream. It just felt like the right thing to relay, like it would somehow make her feel better about having a crazy dream. I was fully expecting her to just snap out of it, realize that it was a dream. Sure, maybe she would feel silly, but that's for sure what it was. My story did not soothe her mind. Instead, she got up and said to me, "I laid there listening to the footsteps before he appeared over us. Explain that. Also, you're missing the part about how I was actually awake." She then rushed into the bathroom. Looking back, I know how she felt now, me questioning her. But not at the time. At the time, I sat back down on the pull-out bed, and I just sort of looked around. Everything seemed normal. I could hear the portable house phone ring from inside the room that Jordan was in. I laid back down and I waited for my girlfriend to return. When she does, she's still not happy with me. But before I can pay her any attention, we hear something incredibly disheartening coming from Jordan's room. We both look at each other and head straight inside. He's crying. Not only had I never seen him cry before, I'd never seen or heard anyone cry quite like this before. It was painful to hear, even more painful to watch. It took literal minutes before he could actually tell us what was going on. And while I sat next to Jordan, my girlfriend walked across his room. I say walked, but it was more like a beeline for the dresser. Slowly, minutes passed, and Jordan spoke up, barely muffling out the words, "He's dead. He's fucking dead." I should have said something, but I guess I was waiting for him to say more. Maybe it should have clicked with me, but it just didn't. "Your brother? Is that who's in this picture? Is this your brother?" And almost insensitively, my girlfriend shoves a picture in Jordan's face, and he nods. "Is he in the military?" Apparently she didn't know. He continues crying but manages to let out that, yeah, he's in the army. Well, he was. He's dead now. We're all just sitting on the bed, Jordan looking down at the photo. My girlfriend and I are looking at each other. She shoots me a look as we comfort my friend. She was looking at me, and then the photo, and then towards the living room. Still not entirely understanding what's going on, she mouths to me, "That's the man I saw," and then looks back at the photo in Jordan's hands. Full body chills as I start putting together everything that's just happened. And in the same moment, Jordan hops up and says that he's got to get out of here. He's got to go see his dad. He's manic, understandable of course, but within moments, he's trying to leave the house, completely forgetting that we're snowed in. Frustrated, angry, and grieving. For the next couple of hours, we watch as Jordan empties the contents of every single bottle he can find. He's starting to lose it a little bit, pacing the apartment, crying on and off. My girlfriend exhales like she's been holding her breath for hours. She tells me that she's going to go talk to him, and she immediately walks into his room. She removes all the alcohol, or the bottles, and shuts the door. It's while sitting in the living room alone that I start to spook myself out a little bit. It's broad daylight, yet I feel like I'm sort of sitting in the dark. I'm directly in front of a space heater, yet I have chills. There's a strange sort of sadness that sinks in. I feel way more sad about this than even I think I should. I can't explain it, but I felt like I had somehow lost my life, or my own brother had died. I know it doesn't make any sense, but the feeling was that I was feeling something that wasn't entirely my own. It tripped me out. I don't know what exactly they talked about in there, but though the day carried on a bit somber, Jordan did seem to feel a bit better. There was still nowhere to go, and so we just had to kind of sit in it. Finally, we got some relief when the snowplows came early in the evening. Jordan would go off to see his dad, asking us to stay and sort of watch the place. I offered to drive my girlfriend home, but she told me she'd rather stay, saying that now that she knew who it was, who she saw, it wasn't so scary. If anything, like me, she just felt sad. So we just stayed there, sad, but somehow it felt like the right thing to do. That night, nothing happened. At least, nothing I could see. Thinking back on the whole thing over the years, I think my ex was a medium and just didn't realize it at the time. Like a lot of things that year, our relationship ended. Not exactly amicably, otherwise I would probably try to track her down and see if she recalls this whole thing. But also to see if she is in fact a medium, and if she still sees, for lack of a better phrase, dead people. One of the last things my girlfriend says to me that night while we're falling asleep is along the lines of, "He's here." And at the time, I just really didn't like that. I didn't show it, but yeah, that made me a little uneasy. I'll save the other stories for another time. Thanks for reading. Around 2008, 2009, when I was 13 or 14, I'd just started a new habit of staying up very late. I'd sit in my room with the clock radio playing some tunes while I sat in bed doodling all night. I can't pinpoint exactly when it started, but one of those nights, my radio began making this jacked up noise. Like a distorted, terrible noise over the faint sound of music struggling to be heard. I immediately hated it, but changing the station did nothing. This went on for a few minutes and just stopped. I quickly shrugged it off. And then it kept happening. Every night. For a few minutes, the radio would just go nuts. If I wasn't being lazy, I'd get up and turn it down for a while. Most nights, regardless of how much it bothered me, I'd usually just suffer through it. It occurred to me that it seemed to always happen around the same time, so I curiously paid attention one evening. At 3:30 exactly, on this little clock, it started, and it didn't stop until it turned 3:34. So for a solid 3 minutes, this would go on. I was aware that there was some sort of significance to 3 a.m., and though I wasn't the type of person to believe in that kind of thing, still, it made me feel really uneasy. It felt so intentional. So I paid attention more nights. Every single night, 3:30 to 3:34, it happened. I tried telling my family. No one believed me or bothered to listen to my off-putting rants. You know how in horror movies, the adults, they never listen to the kids blatantly calling things out. You ever thought that was unrealistic? Well, it isn't. Everyone else in my house was asleep by 3 a.m. Until finally one night, my older brother and his best friend were awake, long enough for me to convince one of them, the friend, to please come check this out. He acknowledged the strange sound and literally said, "I'm not fucking with that," and left. I started just turning the radio off and hanging out in the game room, but every time 3:30 rolled around, I was on edge. One night, once again alone, I was sitting at the desktop computer, trolling, whatever, when I hear what sounds like an avalanche falling in my kitchen right below me. The game room was upstairs and overlooked the living room, which connected to the kitchen. Completely open space. I heard what I assumed was every pot and pan in our kitchen simultaneously falling out of the cabinets. My first assumption was our cat was up to no good and knocked something over. But as I descended down the stairs in the pitch-black abyss of the ground floor, I thought, what if someone's breaking in? I run to switch on the light, but nothing. No cat, no pans, no mess. Everything's perfectly fine. I was so confused. I even looked around to make sure, but I had zero explanation. And I know for a fact the kitchen was the source of the noise. The last minor thing I can recall, but not the last thing. This was an incident where I was on the phone with my best friend, and mid-call, the phone went absolutely nuts. The call cut out and just screeched and gargled. I can't quite describe it, but I've never stared at something in pure terror like that before. It was a landline, and it's not like something similar hasn't occurred, but this was different. Just awful. I didn't even call her back. I just left, walked down the street to her house. Fuck this shit. Finally, the kitchen again. It's a Saturday evening, and previously mentioned best friend was over at my place. My mom was on a date. It's probably important to mention my dad had died in 2007. Well, it was around 7 or 8 p.m., We're making snacks when we hear my mom's car pull up. Keep in mind, we've been hanging out in the kitchen for at least 20 minutes, and we had light-colored floors. We go to meet them at the door. We're all headed back to the kitchen, my best friend and I highly anticipating the leftovers we're about to steal. Upon entering the kitchen, we all notice spots of blood on the floor. 20 or so nickel-sized spots of blood, sporadically on the ground, all contained around the general area in front of the stove. My mom, being a mom, says, "Check your feet. It looks like one of you are bleeding." My friend was still in her socks. No blood. I check my feet, perfectly unbothered. My mom looks for the cat, asleep on the couch. Probably hadn't moved for hours. We couldn't find the source. We even looked at the ceiling, just in case. My mom's boyfriend wiped some up on a paper towel and sniffed it. "This is definitely blood," he said. Mom just cleaned it up. She even made some remark about how we were probably just trying to scare them. To this day, my friend, whom I'm still very close with, brings it up like, "Yo, you remember that time there was blood all over your kitchen? Like, seriously, what the fuck was that? Your house was haunted, dude." On top of these things, I just felt awful. I was already depressed, dead dad and shit. I started having terrible, vivid nightmares almost every night. I no longer slept in my bed. I created a sort of safe haven in my closet. After everyone went to bed for the night, I was always on edge. Another night of me snuggled up in my closet, I was listening to my radio and time somehow escaped me. The radio did its thing and I was done. I felt terrorized, targeted, and afraid. I just started crying. I hated it. Whatever it was, I just absolutely despised it. I begged it to stop. I can't remember exactly what I said, but it was along the lines of, "Stop, stop, stop, please stop, for fuck's sake, leave me alone, please." And it did. 3:32. I'll never forget it. Radio went back to singing clearly. If anything strange happened after that, I didn't bother noticing. A while later, when my mom was in her messier stage of grieving, after distracting herself with dating and work had failed, she was drinking herself to death on the couch again and brought up the blood in the kitchen to me. "You remember when we saw all that blood in the kitchen? You know what that reminded me of? Your dad. When he was almost gone and the diabetes was taking him, his feet would split and bleed, and I'd have to clean up all the little spots of blood that he'd leave behind. Oh, what a terrible time for us." So at the time of this story, I still lived with my mom, but I was 21 and I had a job, so I was paying rent. My mom went to Europe on a trip, so I invited my best friend, who was also 21, to sleep over. Usually we drink and play video games, but we both had to wake up early for work. We also happened to work at the same place, so we went off to bed in the guest room. And yes, we both sleep in the same bed because we've both had too many ghost experiences to sleep alone. Hence why I invited him over to begin with. Anyway, we were laying down and trying to sleep with my dog sleeping next to us. It's around 3 o'clock in the morning when all of a sudden we both hear a weeping, crying sound coming from the door or the closet. We both sit up immediately and we look at each other. And then to my dog, to see who it was, but it wasn't any of us. We just sit there, listening in, and finally my friend says, "What the fuck, bro?" And it stops. I then get up to turn on the lights, and we proceed to cautiously look throughout the entire house to see who or what it could have been, and no one. It was 3 a.m., and it was only us, so we got dressed in our work clothes and left the house to go to a 24/7 Walmart near the house. And we just hung out at Walmart until our shift started, which was around 7 a.m. To this day, we don't know what the fuck it was, and my mom didn't believe us when we told her what happened. It was crystal clear, a girl's voice, and she sounded like she was crying, mixed with laughing. Creepy as fuck. Also, another friend I have who doesn't believe in ghosts was over at my house one day, and at night, he was leaving to go home, and in our driveway, he heard a girl calling out to him, and he told me he looked around, and he saw no one. He ran to his car and sped off. It was around 1 a.m. when he left, so I doubt any of my neighbors would be out at that time. What if it was the same girl? Well, thank God I don't live there anymore. So, did our 2-year-old daughter glitch, or am I just living in her origin story? So, I actually have 2 glitches which involve her. Naturally, I'm starting with the first, and then I'll get on to the second. The first glitch. This happened about 8 weeks ago. It was past bedtime, and I could hear her, my daughter, awake in her bedroom, which she shares with her 4-year-old brother. This isn't unusual, and they're really cute when they play and chat at night, so no big deal, right? I walked up the stairs, and I could hear their little chatting and giggles, so I decided to pop in and see if they needed anything and remind them it's sleep time. I stepped over the safety gate, so I was inside their bedroom, but only about 1 step inside. The hall light was on, and it lit up their bedroom. My son is in the left bed, my daughter is in the right. I say something like, "What are you 2 up to?" And they sheepishly tell me they're playing. My eyes adjust, and I can see my son in his bed and my daughter in hers. I can see them moving and getting comfortable as we chat. The light is low, but enough to see the shapes of them, the reflection in their eyes, and their bedroom floor, which is a narrow gap between their beds. We chat for about 3 minutes, and I ask them if they need anything. I clearly hear my daughter's voice answering me from her bed. As we're talking, I feel something brush the back of my leg. I didn't even look to check because we have cats, and those little devils follow me everywhere. One must have jumped over the safety gate and was coming to see if anything interesting was going on. Something felt a bit weird, though, and after maybe 5 seconds, I realized I hadn't heard the gate rattle. It always does that when a cat jumps over it. The cheeky little fur demon must have snuck in when I put them to bed, and it's probably why the kids are awake and giggling. I turned and I looked at the small gap behind me, expecting to see a little black cat. And I shit you not, my 2-year-old daughter is standing there. I was so shocked, I said to her, "How did you get there?" And that little girl just starts giggling her little butt off. Like, hysterically giggling. I start nervously laughing. I say, "You were just in bed. Did you just teleport, little miss?" And we all start laughing. I'm persistent and I ask a few more times, "How did you get behind me?" But she doesn't answer me, just keeps giggling sweetly. I ask her brother, "How did she do that?" And he just carries on laughing. I even say, "What's going on here? What are we all laughing about?" But neither can answer, and I'm baffled. After a minute or 2, I say something like, "All right, super baby, let's get you back to bed." I tuck them back in, I close the door behind me. totally freaked out, but not scared or anything, just confusion. I feel like I just looked up and the sky was green. Now, I'd been looking at her in bed. I was talking to her. I could hear her voice coming from her bed. I didn't see her get out of bed. I didn't see her walk towards me down the thin strip of floor space. I didn't hear her footsteps on the floor. She didn't make a peep of noise. It was like she just appeared. I told my partner, and together we tried to figure it out, but it felt like something impossible had happened. Eventually, he just said, "Glitch," and here I am. The second one, this happened not long after the first event, maybe 10 or 20 days later. It was close enough that the moment it happened, I instantly thought, not again, in a kind of acceptance way. It was long past bedtime for them, probably just after midnight. They'd gone to bed on time, and I hadn't heard a peep from them. I let my dog into the back garden to do her thing, and I started walking down my garden to a chair that we have on the far end. It was dark by this time, but the moon was out, so I could see well enough. I got halfway down the garden and turned to look at my house, instinctively looked up at their window. The light of the moon was hitting the window in a way which made the glass look kind of white, even though their blinds were closed. But I didn't just see the blinds in the window. I saw my daughter's silhouette, standing on the windowsill. I can remember it as clearly as anything, like a flashbulb memory. It was a completely black silhouette, her size and shape, hands up to the glass. I couldn't make out any details or features. I recognized it was my daughter because of the size, but at this point I just knew there was a kid up in the window, and I ran like shit upstairs. I rushed into their room and flicked the main light on straight away. I'd already started talking and blurted out a word like, "Hey," about to ask her what on earth she was doing. But I stopped in my tracks. Both the kids are in their beds. I figured she jumped down quickly and was pretending to be asleep. I actually walk up to her and try talking again, but this kid is fast asleep. If you've ever seen a young child in a deep sleep, it isn't something they can fake. Slightly sweating, pink cheeks, sprawled out like a dead weight. I'm so shocked now, because I'm so certain of what I saw. I checked my son, even though I knew it couldn't logically be him, but he was sleeping deeply too. I just back out of their room feeling pretty flabbergasted. This time, I definitely got creeped out a bit, along with the familiar confusion and disbelief. I went back outside and checked. The window was lit up the exact same way, only no weird toddler figure looking at me. Most people here are probably aware of the story of Ed Gain. For those that aren't, he was a small-town handyman who confessed to murdering 2 women, in addition to stealing numerous bodies from their graves. One of the women that he murdered was the owner of the local hardware store, where he shot and killed her. That building still stands today. My story happened 20-plus years ago. I live in that same town, and it was just before Thanksgiving. I had already started decorating my place for Christmas, and I needed to replace some of the lights. So I just made a quick trip to the hardware store for a couple of boxes. I knew the building was rumored to be haunted by the murdered woman, but I never put much stock in it. I was in the back area where they kept the Christmas decorations and was about to grab the lights when I heard someone nearby saying something about antifreeze. I turned my head and I saw a woman walking by with a massive gunshot in her head. She then suddenly disappeared. I just stood there in shock for a good minute. When I finally made my way to the front of the store to pay for the lights, the guy behind the counter took one look at my face and simply said, "You saw her, didn't you?" This happened when I was 10 years old. I don't remember when it was exactly, but I still clearly remember what happened back then. It was exactly 3 p.m. in the afternoon when I had last checked my clock. I was home alone almost every day because my school classes ended earlier than my siblings, and my parents, who both work, didn't get home until around 8 p.m. I was playing Grand Theft Auto, San Andreas, on my laptop, and I clearly remember, suddenly, I got goosebumps all over my body, and I felt something go through my body from left to right. When I looked to my right side, where my bedroom door is, I saw a figure of a human. It was transparent, but I clearly see it as a human figure. I only see its outlines. As it walks away through the door, I suddenly shut off the laptop. When I left my bedroom, the thing was gone. I quickly ran off to my neighbors. This was the only paranormal thing that I've experienced. I hope it's the last. I'm 22 now, a science guy. But that thing that happened to me, it proved that not everything can be proven by science. At least not yet. I think humanity is closer to unlocking the secret of the universe, and that we'll be able to maybe make sense of all this paranormal stuff in our world. This was back in 2015. I think the beginning of spring. It was my first job as a truck driver. I'd just gotten my CDL that January. But I was headed west on I-40 in North Carolina. I can't remember where I was headed exactly, but it was about 2 or 3 a.m., and there wasn't a car or truck anywhere on the road, which was a little odd. You always have some sort of truck traveling like I was because of team trucks with 2 drivers. But I was tired, which could be why what happened. I was still awake, though, as I'd just downed a 5-hour energy and a mean bean monster. When I get to the exit to Mabin, which is only a Petro truck stop, but this one's like a small town inside, I approach the exit, not slowing to a stop, and I see what looks like a woman walking from the oncoming side to the exit, but she was moving way too fast, and I was too close to stop for her. There was no way I could move to avoid her, and it looked like I ran over top of her. I stopped the truck, slinging my teammate from the bunk to the floor, him cussing. I'm jumping out in the middle of the interstate, thinking I just killed a woman. I walked to the front of the truck. Nothing. No blood, not even a dent. So I walk all the way around 3 times. And I look under the truck, but nothing. I don't know if I was seeing things because I was tired or if it was a ghost. But I know I can tell you what she was wearing. It looked like a white t-shirt with jeans. I don't remember seeing her shoes. Needless to say, I was awake the rest of the night. This requires a little backstory. When I was born, it was just me and my mom, and because of this, I became quite clingy. She was the only one that I had and the only person that I really knew. And I developed extreme separation anxiety whenever I wasn't around her. So in order to sleep in my own room, I needed her to come in and say goodnight. And often I would sneak into her room in the middle of the night and sleep there. Every night I would yell for her to come into my room, and she would sit on the edge of my bed, reassure me that I was safe, turn off the lamp next to my bed, and close the door, leaving it just cracked enough where a little bit of light would shine through from the hallway. Her bedroom was quite literally across the hallway from mine, so when I would wake up in the middle of the night, scared, I'd slowly creak open my door and easily walk over to her room. I'd always know she was there because her door was cracked the same way mine was. When I was around 3 years old, she got remarried, which meant I couldn't sneak into her room quite as often. So her coming in and saying goodnight was a crucial part of me being able to sleep. I remember this night so clearly. I was around 4 or 5 years old. I get into bed, my lamp is on, and my door is wide open. I yell for my mom like I did every night, and no response. This wasn't necessarily unusual because sometimes she'd be in a different part of the house and I'd just have to yell a few more times before she could hear me. I yell and yell, but she never comes, and I start to become quite anxious. I remember my mind racing with fear. I thought something terrible must have happened for her to not hear me yelling for her. But I just kept yelling, "Mom? Mama?" I just kept yelling, and I began to cry when all of a sudden I see this woman enter my doorway. This woman was very misty, almost like a cloud. And all of a sudden, this comfort feeling fell over me, and I stopped crying. She stood in my doorway and smiled at me, then began waving her hand, motioning for me to come into the hallway. I then saw her slowly disappear. I got up and walked into the hallway, and she was gone. I see my mom's door wide open and no one inside. I then started to hear noise coming from the basement, which I couldn't hear from inside my room. I walk down to the basement and I see my mom and her husband watching a movie a little too loud, and when they see me, they pause it, and I can see my mom realize that she hadn't said goodnight yet. She then brings me upstairs and puts me to bed. I never really told anyone about this, but it's always something I remembered because of how she smiled at me, made me feel less scared. It was almost as if she was trying to tell me that my mom was fine, she just couldn't hear me. It's also something I learned from a young age that not all ghosts are scary or out to harm you. I've always appreciated that thought.
I've dealt with the paranormal for most of my life. One day, my cousin and I were hanging out at the house, alone except for my beautiful white cat. I was 18 at the time. My brother was at the store with friends. Our mother had recently died, and I had quite a few paranormal experiences there. But they never bothered me. It was never anything that seemed malicious or dangerous, only fun stuff like electronics turning on and random footsteps walking around. One time, my cousin was sitting on my bed when he felt someone sit next to him. He screamed and ran out of the house. But I should get back to my current story. I was sitting on my bed, and my cousin was in the living room. My room was only separated from the living room by a glass door and a curtain, so we were only 20 feet away from each other. We were talking about girls when we heard what sounded like a spoon falling to the floor in the kitchen. We listened for more, but when nothing else happened, we resumed our conversation. That's when my cat came to sit with me, and I began petting her. A few minutes later, more utensils clattered to the floor. I was more surprised now that I knew it wasn't the cat. Still, Even more utensils fell, and these were followed by the much louder bang of a falling pot. My cousin, unable to see the cat in my lap, advised me to check on her, and when I pulled back the curtain, his eyes opened wide in shock. If she was there, he wanted to know who was in the kitchen, but I explained. Nobody was in there. He didn't believe me at first, but almost as if on cue, there was a huge commotion in the kitchen. Spoons, pots, and pans, plates, glass, everything was being thrown. It continued for roughly 30 seconds before coming to a sudden stop. Once it was over, I asked my cousin to go check on the kitchen, but he adamantly refused, suggesting I take a look instead. Needless to say, I was equally against the idea. As we argued over who would go, my brother and his friends returned from the store. Without hesitation, I shouted for my brother to go into the kitchen. He refused until I said my leg hurt and asked for a drink. Then he finally agreed. He brought me a glass of water, and I took it. Puzzled by his lack of reaction to the mess, I asked if he saw anything in the kitchen, but he was confused as to why I would even ask. When he insisted nothing had been out of place, I told him the whole story. He was furious.
This happened October 5th, 2008. I remember the day since we were on our way home from my cousin's wedding, and my sister's baby shower was the next day. My husband and I left the wedding around 10 p.m. As family weddings go, it was a long day. We didn't drink alcohol since we knew we had a lot to do the next day and drive home. Preface: the wedding was hosted in a town that we're familiar with, and this story is based on roads that we've driven 1,000 times, in the dark and in the daylight. This is fall in a small, quaint, northeastern town. My husband is a non-believer and never agreed with my point of view on ghosts or spirits, but we've made it work. We leave the wedding and are driving home. My mind is filled with how late it is and how much I have to do tomorrow to get the shower set up. I'm really hoping everything is perfect and that I haven't forgotten to prepare anything. As we make a left to go up a small incline, I see this mist off to the right. It's about 5 foot, swirling up, and approximately 8 feet into the yard. My brain automatically shoots over to, that's weird. Why is a storm drain in the middle of a yard? It looked very similar to the condensation one would see from a New York City vent, moisture that most of us know and are familiar with when the ground is warmer than the air. I'm still hyper-focused on why this drain is in the middle of the yard, so as we drive by, I look to the ground where the mist is hovering. As I'm looking down into the yard, trying to see the drain, my husband yells. Yes, yells.
"Oh my God! Did you see that?"
He curses all the time, but up until that point that I have known him, he's never yelled, "Oh my God," before. Shocked, I reply, "What? That strangely placed drain?" Shakily, he replied, "No, that lady." I didn't see a lady. I was looking. She was see-through, wearing old-fashioned clothing, standing there in the yard. You were looking out the window. That's when I realized the mist he saw was potentially a ghost, and the mist I picked up on as strange placement for a storm drain were one and the same. What was it? Condensation or a ghost? After this, my husband has never spoken of it again or repeated what he saw. Super frustrating at times, but I respect that he does not want to discuss it. The first time I mentioned this experience to my sister, he got superbly upset that I had said he said, "Oh my God." I know he said it, since it's something he never said before around me. The tone of what he said made it stick in my mind forever. We went back through there the next day. No Halloween decorations, no drains, nothing that we could find to explain what we saw. We've driven that road time and time again. There are no storm drains, no sidewalks, about 18 inches of gravel shoulder. When I'm a passenger riding through there, I still to this day try to find the oddly placed storm drain in the middle of someone's yard. I find it fascinating that we both picked up on it as something out of place. My rational mind said storm drain, while my husband decided something else had made him look right at it. Whatever it was, ghost or condensation, it's been a fun campfire story to tell. This one's always been a fun one to tell. My husband does not believe in the paranormal and thinks it's a bunch of nonsense. At this point, we were still early on in our relationship and had been living together for a couple of years. He bought an old house, built in 1929, in a suburb close to the big city we grew up next to. I would often see the shadows move out of the corner of my eyes and started having a sense that our energy was not the only energy there. Nothing too concerning. We had a 120-pound American black lab, so it could easily be her moving through the house. Or we could explain it away that maybe the neighbors backed in and the lights just hit the windows just right. One day, I tell my guy that I saw a small black shadow walk into the laundry room. I was not taken seriously. Has to be some reasonable explanation. I mentioned it because it wasn't an out-of-the-corner-of-the-eye experience this time. The laundry room is in the finished basement. The only windows are glass block windows with a vent, and they're etched foggy. They're 4x3 blocks, I think, whatever the standard basement window size is. This part of the basement, the windows face into our backyard. There's no lights coming in from traffic. The houses were built in an apple orchard, so the backyards were long, about half an acre, and an acre between our house and the house that ours backed up to. We had an 8-foot wooded fence along the property line, no outside light source. A few weeks later, we're getting ready to go to the store together. I was finishing some laundry, and he's in the basement finishing up something on the computer that was down there. He asks me to put the dog in her crate while he finishes up. He will be just a minute longer. The crate is in the basement, but behind, to the right of where my guy is sitting. The laundry room door is open. All the lights are off now except for the hall light on the top of the stairs and the PC. I'm now standing at the end of the stairs facing my guy, and he's looking at the computer. Black Shadow Dog walks into the laundry room. My guy. I thought you put her into her crate. Jokingly. Nah, I thought you were going to. He calls the dog. I'm looking at our dog in her crate. Now, he's losing his patience, since there are things in the laundry room he doesn't want her to eat or get into. Can you please get the dog? What dog? Fine, I'll do it. At this point, I ask him to turn around and look in the crate. Looks at the crate, looks back at the computer. You saw it, didn't you? You saw the black shadow go into the laundry room too. It's the only time he ever admitted that he saw something in that house. Now, I don't know much about shadow beings, never really looked into it. We were in this house for 8 years and we had our kids here. Never anything malicious or scary. Okay, so this morning I woke up to something that scared the living shit out of me. It was around 3 a.m., maybe 3:47 a.m., and I'd woken up strangely. Now I say strangely because after a big night of staying up at 11, usually I'd sleep all night. But for some reason, I woke up to a feeling as if someone was near me or someone was in my presence. And as soon as I woke up, I was staring directly at an old lady who was sitting on my desk. I could see her pretty clear, and she was easy to see with the dim hallway light shining on her. At first, I thought it could have been my chair, because my chair had clothes on it and could look like somebody. But as adrenaline kicked in, I realized she was far from just my chair. She was sitting on my desk. She had gray hair, and it looked as though the hallway light was blue. She had a smile on, and it was quite creepy. It looked as though she had some teeth missing. At first, I thought it could be my mom. She had the exact same nightgown. So I was about to say mom, but I quickly realized that it couldn't have been, as the lady on my desk had darker skin. Usually I have a knife or a gel blaster beside my bed. I was planning on using one, but I realized they weren't there, and I'd left them outside. I thought of everything I could do. I locked eyes with her for at least 1 minute, still smiling. I thought I'd get up and approach her. I did so, and within seconds, she disappeared. It was like as soon as I changed angles, she left. But it couldn't have been that, as I saw her when I was laying down, and then I saw her as I perched up. I don't get scared often, so this was weird for me, but also gave me the creeps. Everything was so perfectly timed. Waking up at 3 a.m., staring into her, the light showing what she looked like, and as I approach her, she disappears. It felt really strange. I live in Australia, and I told my mom about the story. She said it might have been Aboriginal. My mom and dad have had similar experiences in the past, and this is the second time this year that this has happened to me. Last time, I noticed someone on the edge of my bed. I might post that story. If you live in Australia, or you've had similar experiences, it would be good to hear it. Thanks. This is about a guardian angel that's been around me since I was about 5 years old. So this story has about 3 different accounts, so you're in for a ride. For some background information, my grandma had a twin sister that died from complications of HIV, which she contracted from an unfaithful husband. She died 16 years before I was born, in her late 50s. This is all going to make sense later. The first time I saw her was when I was 5. I was living in a little town in Massachusetts, about 60 miles off from Boston. My mother was a single mom, businesswoman at the time, so she had an overnight trip to Boston and left my oldest sister Tiny in charge. No, her real name isn't Tiny. It's just what we call her, and it's pronounced Deanie. Well, fast forward to bedtime, and me and my 5 other siblings are all tucked in, ready for bed. I'm going to assume it was around 9 o'clock. I woke up in the middle of the night from a really bad nightmare, which is still reoccurring to this day. Long story short, it's a dream where I'm taken underwater. A dark, almost pitch-black hand that's very demon-like is holding me under until I eventually die, I guess. So as any 5-year-old would, I ran to my mother's room for comfort, not remembering my mother was out of town. Well, to my surprise, there was a lady sitting on my mother's bed, looking at the family album. Usually I would have been confused, but the second I walked into the room, I didn't feel so scared anymore. It felt like I'd walked into a warm hug, but she wasn't even near me. The lady was red-headed and beautiful in a kind of old way. The kind of way where you could just tell that they were popular in high school. The lady saw me in distress, got up from the bed, and picked me up, laid me on my mother's bed. Then she started singing in Spanish, a lullaby I'd never heard of, yet I knew every word to it. By the time I knew it, I was sound asleep. My little brother walked into the room and saw the lady crooning over me, caressing my cheek while I slept. I don't know what possessed him to not care and go back to bed, but he noped out of there fast. Well, when my mom finally came home, it was about 7 a.m., and she was tired. She saw me in her bed and was surprised. She woke me up and asked me why I wasn't in my bed, and I told her the nice lady let me stay here. She asked me, "What lady?" And I said I don't know her name, but she has red hair, and she sang me a song, and she was really beautiful. She then looked to her right and saw her album open. Please note, she keeps it on her bedside table, but it was already randomly open to this picture. She looked at the picture and let out a really relieved sigh. She turned around and showed me a picture of the same woman that I saw, asked me if it was her. I said yeah, and I asked her, "Who is she?" She said that it was my guardian angel, and I just took that and said, "Okay, I'm 5. I didn't care." Now fast forward to when I'm 11. It was my first day of school and the first time my mother allowed me to walk to the bus stop alone. Well, I got hit by a car, but it wasn't my fault. It was a residential area that had a speed limit of like 15 miles per hour. He was going well over that, and I was really small, so he didn't see me. From the accident, I got 3 broken ribs, a broken wrist, broken legs, fractured, and a bad concussion because my head was split. I don't remember it, but next thing I knew, I woke up in the hospital to my mom crying, saying she's sorry and that she's happy I'm okay. I had to stay in the hospital for a week for observation because my broken rib was so close to puncturing my lungs. My mom worked a lot, and she had nobody else to watch me, so I spent my nights alone. I got lonely and scared and just had a really bad feeling. So you guessed it, Miss Ma'am came back. I woke up in the middle of the night to her at the edge of my hospital bed, looking at me. At first I was scared. I didn't recognize who the hell she was. But then this warm feeling came back, and I realized I wasn't lonely or worried anymore. Then she hummed that song, and I swear to God, I didn't know the lyrics. I barely speak Spanish. But it's like my soul knew, and before I knew it, I was fluently singing it with her in Spanish until I fell asleep. Now this third time, I didn't see her, but it was more like she let me know that she was there. When I was 18, I got married to a boy I thought I loved, and he went to the military. Long story short, he was abusive. He cheated, lied, put his hands on me, and broke me. Not solely because of my marriage, but definitely a big reason. I fell into a really deep depression and had self-harm habits. One night, it all got too much, and I don't know what he said to send me over the edge, but I was in the bathroom looking at a bottle of Oxy, and I started to take a few just to kind of drown out the heavy feeling. After a few minutes, when I took another, then another, eventually, I started to feel that very thin line between an overdose and lucidity. Then, that feeling happened again, and the song started playing in my head, like if I had a radio in there. And I felt okay. I felt like someone was there for me. In a way, I feel like it was a sign that I wasn't meant to go just yet. And with that, I left him a few months later, and I've never looked back. I haven't seen her since. Around the same time, I finally asked my mother about it, and eventually everything started to make some sense. She told me about my grand aunt and how she passed, and that when she was younger, she was a motherly figure to her because her own mother wasn't a very fit parent. She'd often have to seek comfort from her, and when I was about 5, I looked like a literal carbon copy of my mother. She theorized that maybe her spirit saw me upset and, thinking I'm my mother, wanted to console me. And get this, my mother, when recounting her aunt, was very emotional. So she started talking about some nursery rhyme that she used to sing her. It was the song. My mother sang it word for word in front of me. That's what cemented her story to me as fact. I'm 22 now, and I'm in one of the most loving and healthy relationships I've ever dealt with. I've been sober for 4 years, and I have a much more healthy state of mind now, in case you were wondering. I know this story was long, but I hope if you take anything from my experience, it's that it gets better. You just have to stick around long enough for life to do its magic. This happened to me about 10 years ago, when I was 14. It was a warm summer night in 2012. I was walking around the city with my friends, R, who was 16, and his older cousin Jay, 24. We'd all been neighbors for about 4 years now. Our families knew each other, so it was quite normal for us to all be hanging out together, despite the age gaps. During our walk, we decided to take a shortcut through the cemetery. It was after hours, and I'm pretty sure it was illegal for us to be there, but at the time, we weren't going to do anything other than just cut through, which we would often do during the day as well. As we were walking down the path, I saw headlights turn into the cemetery, and the boys, of course, darted away ahead of me into the trees. Since the others ran ahead of me and off the path, away from the lights, it was pitch black. There was residual light twinkling through the branches as I made my way down into the trees, but it dropped down to a slight hill, and the light was lost. I was walking along, trying to be as quiet as possible, almost blind due to my eyes not adjusting yet, and that's when the feeling of dread sets in. I had no idea where the guys were. I couldn't see, and I didn't want to be caught by the police by myself. But there was something else, almost a chill in the air on a warm July night. I tried to brush it off, the uneasy feeling, thinking it was just my nerves being scared because the guys took off without me. But alarms were going off in my head, like something was very, very wrong, and apart from legal reasons, I should not be there. I make out a shape to the left of me. As I'm walking, I take a couple of steps towards it. Guys, is that you? Nothing. No response. I take a few more steps towards it, and I swear to God, just like the movies, a freaking twig snaps under my foot. Now, the reason I had thought that it was the guys is because this shape was crouched down next to a pile of brush, and it was big enough to look like 2 people hunched over. I thought that they had been hiding there, but when the twig snapped, I stopped in my tracks as the thing stood up and towered over me. I was about 5 foot tall at the time, and this thing was easily 2 of me stacked right on top of each other. Whatever this thing was, it was only 15 feet or so away from me, and I was frozen in horror. It was facing away from me at first, and then its neck, its head, it almost swiveled around like an owl, and I was met with an oval-shaped gray face. no nose or mouth, only two pitch-black, hollow eye sockets. The rest of this thing's body was pitch black against the dark trees, the light from the path no longer streaming through the branches. It was just me and this thing that seemed like the personification of darkness itself. This thing and I stared at each other for what felt like an eternity. The woods around me, through the corners of my eyes, were getting darker. My heart was pounding so hard, I could feel it through my entire body. Every tiny hair on my body was prickling. I was cold. The only thing I can remember thinking was, this is it. I'm never going to see my family again. The body of this thing had followed its head and swiveled, so now I could see its long, curved arms held right up to what would be this thing's chest. Its legs were similarly curved, almost like it wasn't standing at full height, but still slightly crouched down. Its body was almost translucent. It looked like it was wearing some kind of hooded cloak that was see-through as well. The only thing that was 100% solid was its face and its void-like eyes that made me feel like I was staring right into the depths of hell. Neither of us moved. We were locked in the most terrifying staring contest. It felt like an eternity until a strange feeling came over me. I felt like I could move again, and I had the energy to run a 5K marathon without breaking a sweat. Then I heard a very calm but stern voice say, "Go. Now. Run." It's kind of hard to explain where the voice was coming from exactly. It was sort of in my head, but all around at the same time. I'm getting chills as I write this. I know the voice did not come from whatever this thing was in front of me, because when I heard the voice speak, it looked as if this horrid creature recoiled at the sound of it, like it took a step or two backwards and kind of ducked its head down. I saw this as my chance, and I turned away from this thing, and I started bolting down further into the tree line, and no longer caring about being quiet and crashing around through the bush like an animal being chased by a predator. I could almost feel this thing right on my tail, but after running about 200 feet-ish, I run directly into the guys, literally crashing into them. I'm obviously scared and pissed, so I ask why the fuck they left me out there like that, and they apologized. Apparently, I'd been missing for almost a half an hour, and they'd already searched the direction I ran from. They heard weird whispering all around the woods while I was gone, like the voices were coming from everywhere around them. They said right before I crashed into them, the whispering stopped. I told them about what I saw, and all they said was that we should get out of there. We left the cemetery very quickly, and as soon as we walked out of the gates, it was like we all let out a sigh of relief. We never talked about that night again, and even during the day, none of us ever took that shortcut through the cemetery. I still live in the same city, and to this day, I avoid it like the plague. I won't even drive by it. This isn't my only story, but it's definitely one of the more terrifying ones that still haunts me to this day. I've just moved back in with my dad in his new place about 2 weeks ago. They haven't had any experiences in the house as far as I know, and I'm not a believer in ghosts at all. Our stairs, they have this half wall that you can see over if somebody is walking up or down them. I was walking towards the stairs, about to go draw up in my room, when I saw the top of a girl's head with blonde hair run down the stairs, stare straight into my eyes. I stared back for a bit, and she ducked her head behind the stair wall, playfully. I thought it was my little stepsister. She's blonde and 7 years old. I went to go ask why she was still up on a school night so late, and there was no one there. So, I, being a non-ghost believer but kind of excited, was like, wow, that was really cool. I'm going to hang out downstairs in the living room instead and see how it goes. This is cool. I sat down on my phone, just relaxing, and I heard the chair to my left start rocking. So I looked at it, and I saw it stop rocking. So I looked forward and kept the chair in my peripheral vision. I saw and heard it rocking, but when I looked back at it, suddenly it stopped. And no matter what, if I looked at it for 2 seconds to 30 seconds, it would not start moving again until I wasn't staring. I'm still not a believer in ghosts at this point, but on the fence. And I'm like, wow, do I have a cute-ass child ghost pranking and playing with me? Instead of being scared, I found it very cool and kind of cute. A bit later, it finally stops and I go to the bathroom. I open up the door to walk out, and I notice that I've got a pimple on my chin. So, I'm up in the mirror, lights on, the door's open, checking it out. And in the corner of my eye, I see the same little girl, but with pure white eyes this time. She's fixated on my eyes through the mirror, smiling, clinging onto the side of the door frame. We made eye contact for a second, and I looked away. Then I looked back at the mirror, and she was gone. Still, kind of playful, and to be honest, kind of fucking creepy this time. Especially because I don't believe in ghosts, but this was twice now, while sober and fully awake. I wasn't scaring myself into seeing stuff. This was a realistic human girl making eye contact with me, plus the rocking chair. Too coincidental. So I go up the stairs into my bed, and I start texting my boyfriend about it. He doesn't believe in ghosts so much, but that spirits watch over us, give us signs. When telling him about it, saying I felt bad for leaving the playful, cute ghost, he freaked out, telling me that he thinks it's a demon, trying to pretend to be playful and cute, to lure me in. I don't believe in demons or ghosts, but whatever I saw was too real to me, and I'm scared shitless after this. This year, I'm celebrating my 30th birthday. It's going to be the first time since birth I'm not celebrating this moment with the brave lady who raised me. Same goes for my grandfather. My grandmother died after years and years of suffering. It's a relief, but damn, it hurts. A few hours before her death, the last day I saw her, I slept a few hours to recover from this terrible night. She'd asked for mercy. Well, in my dream, I saw her dead, laying on the bed. Her husband held her and cried. Once I awoke, I immediately sent a message to my companion to tell him about this disturbing picture I've seen a few times. It's since the idea of losing her, it causes me huge anxiety issues. Then, right after this nightmare, I get a call, learning that she passed away as I was peacefully sleeping in my bed. It's been a month since she's been gone now, and I know it's strange, but I totally stopped dreaming about her. This morning, I just woke up in my family's house, and I heard the distinct voice saying, "Hi." It was nice and sweet, and I responded, "Yes?" As my grandfather, who sleeps in his room next to mine, answered, "Yeah?" I asked him if he called me, and he said no. I used to work in a funeral home for years as a counselor. I know grief may lead to hallucinations, but have you ever had a dream about your loved ones who eventually died moments after? Do you think it's pure coincidence? A simple sign of empathy since I felt worried about her? Do you think that I myself talked while I was asleep? I know a lot of my friends have confirmed that I'm a sleep talker. Anyway, that's not the most thrilling experience I witnessed, but I'm curious about these two moments. First, the dream. Secondly, the call. I respect your belief. I'm open-minded, so feel free to share. Take care. This morning, I had the most frightening experience of my life. Just to put a setting in place, my room has my bed in the middle, against the back wall, directly in front of my closet. I woke up with a sweat around 2 a.m. thinking it was too hot. It's getting hotter in Australia. So I got up to turn on my fan. I felt paranoia, as anyone would, walking across the room at 2 a.m. But something was strange. Something was watching me. I don't know where from, but I didn't think much of it. I put quiet music on in my Google Home and went back to sleep. I woke up maybe 3:50 a.m., again, still sweating. This was strange, as I had turned my fan on. My music had stopped. My Google Home was showing the sign that it was trying to connect to the Wi-Fi. I realized I was too tired to move, so I shifted my eyes to the front of me to reveal my closet. And I saw someone staring at me with a flat expression. I squinted my eyes to see if I was seeing it clearly, but as I realized I was in reality and everything was real, it realized I was awake. The flat expression shifted to a large smile. I got up in my bed to get my fight or flight instincts ready, but by the time I lifted myself up, the noise of something falling came from my closet, and the doors closed. My Google Home reconnected to Wi-Fi and blared my music aloud. My parents walked into my room and said, "What's going on?" asking what that noise was. I explained everything, and they believed me. We ended up moving my mattress onto the floor into my parents' room. Anyway, now it's been 10 hours since this experience. I'm still in shock, and I'm confused. What if I never woke up? Was the sweat a warning sign? Why was my Wi-Fi disconnected from my Google Home and reconnected when the closet shut? If anyone has had a similar experience, please help me out. I'm scared to go into my room now. I know it could be me seeing stuff, but it reacted when it knew I was awake. So something is not right. Last Halloween, I had a friend over so we could do festive things and watch some old classic Tim Burton movies. As we sat there after dark in the dining room, enjoying some fall-themed cookies, she suddenly stared me dead in the eyes and told me she felt something by her legs. When prompted further, she explained that she'd put her hand on her lap with her cookie in it and felt what seemed like a dog brush by to reach for the cookie. We have a big dog in addition to our puppy, so she looked down expecting to see him under the table, and there was nothing there, but she swore there was a presence of a black dog under there. None of our dogs are black, and none of them were under the table. We did, however, have a black lab that died about 7 years ago. She didn't know this, and I saw how freaked out she was. After that, I felt my baggy sweatpants bend inwards, as though I was bending my leg. I was not. And the way I felt them move could only have been from something brushing by. Again, nothing was under the table. I work at a daycare, and I've never once thought something weird was going on. Today was different. I came back from my break, and the other teacher in my room told me that one of the kids was sleepwalking, which they've never done before. I thought it was weird, but laughed it off. Throughout the rest of nap time, an hour, 5 different kids screamed in their sleep, randomly, which never happens. And then one of the kids that sleeps the longest and sleeps like a rock sits up in their bed and was staring at the ceiling, wall, wide-eyed and smiling. The kid then puts their hands up like they want to be picked up and says something. Unfortunately, we weren't close enough to hear what they said. My coworker laid the kid back down, and for 5 minutes, the kid stared at the same spot, still wide-eyed and smiling, and then went back to sleep. I keep thinking about the kid putting their hands up, and it's freaking me out. Does anyone know what could have caused all of this? Kids say the darndest things, right? Kindergarten teacher here. Earlier this month, the parent of a student contacted me about a death in the family. Her mother, the student's grandmother, she'd been living with them until she passed. The family took a week off, and they just returned late last week. On Monday, the student comes into class, completely exhausted. I kept him inside for recess, and he slept the whole time in our little reading nook. Before the kids got back in, I woke him up and asked how his weekend was and why he's so tired. The little boy tells me his grandma is keeping him awake at night. I ask if he's been having sad dreams that have been waking him up. Experiencing a close loss is traumatic for a child, and originally, I assumed and expected him to be a bit off after he returned. But he says it's not when he's dreaming. Before he's asleep, Grandma hides in his closet and calls out for him, calling his name and telling him to come play with her. He says it scares him, so he tries to stay as quiet as possible. I ask if it could be the sound of a TV in another room or loud neighbors, and he says no. He knows it's her because when he doesn't reply, she sometimes will poke her head out and either keeps calling for him or starts meowing like an old cat. My next question is, has he told his mom about this? He said yes, but she doesn't believe that Grandma's hiding in the closet. I asked, why doesn't he just go to Mom's room when Grandma scares him? He says the closet is right next to his bedroom door, and he's afraid that she'll jump out and grab him if he tries to run. All my years as an undergrad, still paying off college debt, and I'm already running into problems I wasn't taught how to handle. So, next recess, he and I visit our school's guidance counselor. She's amazing with children and a seasoned vet when it comes to tackling tough situations. But even she was at a loss for words when he finished his story. She asked him to draw a picture of what he sees. She and I shared the same uneasy expression when his drawing was complete. After school, I called his mom to converse about the day. Speaking with his mom, she's well aware of her son's fears. She also told me that she's been hearing noises too, but doesn't want to scare her son by confirming his fears are real. She said that her next plan was to get in contact with their church, to get someone over there to bless the house. Until then, she's going to let him sleep in the living room this week. Guess I'll have to wait until tomorrow to see if Grandma pays another visit. Childcare workers, what's the darndest thing kids have ever told you? How would you handle this situation? I think I saw a ghost once. I was pretty young and it was late at night. Young, tired, dark room, old house. So I could have just imagined it, but I saw a figure, lighter than a person should have been in that light, eerily quiet, and dressed in something that resembled a 40s suit. He came out of my closet, which were also the stairs to the attic. He walked across the end of my bed towards the door, stopped, and kind of looked in my direction. He sat on the corner of my bed, sort of looking at his feet. He looked like he let out a sigh, got up, walked through the door. As soon as he passed through the door, the phone rang. I had a ghost experience in my last house. I was 13, and my bedroom was on the bottom floor of my raised ranch house. The rest of my family had bedrooms upstairs. The very first night I slept down here, it was extremely eerie, and I always had the feeling that something or someone was watching me. I'd had weird things happen every now and then, like hearing footsteps, random knocks, things moved, etc. Maybe 2 months later, I go to sleep one night. I've turned off all the lights, shut the door, and I've fallen asleep. I woke up at 2 a.m. with every single hair on my body standing up, and I immediately noticed the light outside my door is on, and my bedroom door is open. I turn over slowly, and I start to hear footsteps which sound like they're in front of my room, walking down the hall. So I'm terrified, staring at my open doorway with the light on, hearing these footsteps, and I hear 2 jiggles on the locked door down the hall. Not a doubt in my mind what the sound was. I use that door every day, and that door leads to the garage, which was closed, so it was jiggled from the inside. To this day, I've never felt as absolutely fucking petrified as I was when I heard this. I literally couldn't move. Then I heard the footsteps again, maybe 5 or 6 of them, walk over from the door, back to in front of my room. I could just feel a presence there. I was aware of what was happening. I did what any 13-year-old would do. I turned over slowly to the wall, closed my eyes hard as I could, and forced myself to sleep. I eventually moved out of the house, but goddamn, never experienced anything like that before or since. 5 years later, I come to find out that the grandfather of the family who lived in my house before us died in the downstairs bedroom that I was living in. This is my first time posting on here, so apologies if I ramble or don't explain myself well. I'm 18, my friend is 17, and this story takes place a few weekends ago when we were driving to a show about an hour and a half away from where we live, give or take. My friend had picked me up from my house and the sky was clear, but it started raining heavily about 15-20 minutes into the drive. It got so heavy that my friend and I weren't talking to each other at all, and the music was turned way down so that he could focus on the road, which was practically invisible due to the rain. It was like this for another 10 or 15 minutes, but then the rain lightened up again. This pattern would continue throughout our whole drive, to the show and back. We drove for a while and were talking and laughing, now that he didn't have to focus so much on driving. Then, in front of us, about 30 feet, we saw a man walking on the left side of the road, along the grass strip that separates the lanes going in different directions. The man was older, maybe around 60, black, and wearing all white. Cliché, I know, but it is what it is. I went quiet. I saw this man just appear, out of thin air, in front of our car, basically. The view was clear and the road was straight, so he couldn't have crossed the road or been walking for a long time without one of us seeing him. I hadn't been looking at my phone or at my friend either, so I couldn't have just been distracted. He just came out of nowhere. It took a moment for my friend to notice him too. We zipped by this man and my friend yelled something like, "Holy shit, where did that guy come from?" We both were freaking out a little now, and I turned to look out the back window while my friend checked the rearview mirror. Neither of us could see the man at all. He vanished just as quickly as he appeared. My friend worriedly asked me if I saw the same thing as him, or if I'd seen the guy before and he just wasn't paying attention. I told him I hadn't, and I jokingly asked if he believed in ghosts now. I've always been a believer and I've had a few other experiences before, but he's a huge skeptic about all of those sorts of things. He didn't answer me for a moment, but then he started laughing and said, "Yeah, maybe I do." We moved on with the conversation after a few minutes. After the event, we both kept our eye out for the man. Of course, we didn't see him, but it was still a crazy experience. I rarely have paranormal experiences with someone else there to confirm that I'm not crazy. I still have no idea what happened exactly, but I'm wondering if anyone else has had any similar experiences while on the road. During my time at university, I had a part-time job at a huge Bavarian company. The building had 8 floors in a quadratic shape, with a big lobby in the center of the building. It actually was hundreds of years old, but completely renovated. I worked once or twice a week, mainly on weekends. Now here's the interesting part. I worked the night shifts, and my job was basically to walk around the whole building twice a night. While walking the hallways, I just had to watch for stuff that people forgot when they'd rush into the weekend. Open doors, open windows, or light switches still turned on. Nothing out of the ordinary. The payment was also good. In fact, I was kind of surprised about how good the payment was, because obviously I didn't have to do much in those 8 hours. My girlfriend and other friends mentioned that the payment is just fair, as I had to walk around a huge building at night, completely alone. They always mentioned how they would never do this, as the sinister feeling in the buildings like these play mind games with them. I never had problems with being alone. I was neither paranoid or believed in paranormal occurrences. Just studied throughout the night and did my 2 walks. Until this one night in September of 2018. The shift started like any other. I got the keys from the janitor and started studying after my first walkthrough of the building. Between 3:55 a.m. and 4:05 a.m., the whole electric system throughout the building resets, which I found really odd at my first shift, but I grew to ignore it after some months. The janitor explained the reason after I'd asked. The reset leads to light sources turning on and off throughout the whole building, systematically, but still chaotic. I sat at the front desk, not even paying attention to it, when suddenly a certain noise reached me. One of the 2 elevator doors in the first floor opened itself, closed itself, and opened itself again. Malfunction, I thought, going back to reading boring scientific papers. About 20 minutes later, it happened again, but this time, the light in the elevator switched off, which seemed really off. At this point, I started to feel a little bit alarmed. When I moved into the elevator, the door behind me closed. I panicked and tried to get out of the elevator, but the elevator already started to take me to the 2nd floor, in complete darkness. When I reached the 2nd floor, the door opened and I basically fell out of the elevator door, turning around while I fell. The really sinister-looking, completely dark elevator closed again and took off to another floor. My heart was racing, and a part of me thought that someone manipulated the console, but another part of me felt something else. Fear. I had goosebumps all over my body and returned to the front desk with the plan to text my supervisor and the janitor about the technical defect of the elevator. I did this with trembling hands when I suddenly heard another distant noise. Radio music from somewhere in the canteen. I slowly moved to the canteen with my smartphone light switched on. The noise came from the kitchen, and I followed it. Reaching the kitchen, I saw that a radio was playing music on one of the tables. The cooks listen to this while they're working. I froze and couldn't breathe. During my first walk, the janitor texted me, told me to put the radio under a certain desk and switch it off, as the cooks would always store it there. I did this directly when I started the shift, even texting him, because I couldn't find the desk at first, after unplugging the radio. I turned around and I sprinted through the canteen, directly to an exit, and I waited outside for the last 2 hours. Luckily, I had the keys with me when someone for the day shift came. When he arrived, I went into the building with him, took my bag, and left quickly. I called in sick for the next 2 weeks. After that, I quit the job, using excuses regarding my sleep cycle. To this day, I don't know what happened that night. The following story was told to me by my grandmother a few years back. She was visiting us a few days ago when I asked her to retell us the story. I don't know if it's true or not, but I believe her, being a person who believes in ghosts, spirits, God, etc. Well, the story goes as follows. It was when my mom was in 6th or 7th grade. The year was 1991, I guess. All of my grandmother's daughters, total of 5 sisters, including my mom, plus her son, were home. My granddad was at work at the time. It was around 9 p.m. at night. All my aunts, including my mom and my uncle, were all huddled in the bedroom with my grandma. Then there was a knock on the door. My grandma, being the brave woman she was, went to answer the knock. Before she opened the door, she asked who it was, and to her shock, someone said, "It's me. Let me in." The only catch was, it was my mom's voice. Nana, what I call my grandma, was shocked to hear it. It was obviously not possible that it would be my mom, as she was sitting inside. Now, after hearing the voice, my Nana knew that something had to be done to protect her kids, so she told everyone to grab a weapon. When everyone was armed with either kitchen knives or long wooden sticks, they went to the door, and my Nana shouted, "Who's there? I know you're not my daughter." There was silence, and then they heard a very, very, very creepy laugh. Way creepier than any horror movie. They waited a few minutes. Then my mom, being the oldest, got fed up and opened the door. There was no one there, just a piece of thread that was worn on the feet. The thread was not there before, my Nana told me, and the front gate was locked. Everyone was spooked out and they went to bed. Nothing has happened since. My mom doesn't remember anything, but I guess that's a given since it's been 31 years since the incident. My father told me this story from his childhood very recently, and as a firm believer in ghosts, I decided I needed to do some research on it. If anyone knows any legends or stories that sound similar to this, please give me your thoughts. For reference, as a child, my father was around 10 when this happened. He lived in a cabin on stilts, right next to a river in the mountains. The long driveway that led to his house, along with the other cabin that belonged to a family friend and was primarily used as a vacation home, had sort of a slope on one of the sides. It went down rather far and trees filled the area. Where the land became flat, there sat an old trailer, one of those small ones. And part of the river was near it, which will later be important to the story. Keep in mind that no one in the family ever spoke about this trailer, and as far as my father could remember, it was never even acknowledged. My father and his cousin would constantly explore places that most people would walk away from, even as young children. I've been told stories of them climbing down into caves with only a flashlight, or just waltzing into abandoned cabins in the middle of the woods without a second thought. Yet, they never went down to that trailer. My father said they would often look down the hill to the trailer, but never climb down due to the intensely negative vibe the place gave off. One night, my father and his cousins were playing outside around dusk. For some reason or another, they ended up at the top of the hill, looking down at the trailer. This time, though, it was different. Near the top of the trailer, there was a small window, a small little port window kind of thing. They saw a face looking back at them through the window and immediately booked it. They ran down the driveway back towards the cabin, panicked about what they had just seen. When my father looked back, they saw a floating head chasing after them. My father had a hard time describing the head, as it had been a long time since this event took place, but he kept reiterating that it had a strange kind of glow to it. The way he described it was as if you were to look at a light bulb. It was like the aura around it. His cousin said it seemed like a fireball. When they arrived back at the cabin's front porch, the head was no longer chasing them and was nowhere in sight. They never told their parents about the experience because, as my father says, the floating head was chasing us. Who's going to believe that? Later, I believe a year or so later, it could have been longer, a huge flood hit the area. The waters were so deep that the entire trailer would have been completely submerged. When the floodwaters receded, the trailer was gone, washed away with the water. No one in the family ever mentioned it or spoke about it, and no trace of it was ever seen again. Throughout my life, I've had many encounters with ghosts. This is the story of the first time that I can recall. I was 12, maybe 13. Currently, I'm 24, but I remember this like it was yesterday. My mom bought a new house. She was hoping for a fresh start. The house needed some cosmetic work, but otherwise, it was really nice. It was a nice size 3-bedroom, perfect for us, and it had a big fenced yard, so we could finally get a dog. Once we moved in, things seemed great. Never noticed anything too weird. I guess that's how these stories always start. I don't remember exactly when this started, but I remember how. Every morning I would wake up to find my closet door open. I didn't think too much of it. My sister was 6 at the time, and she was always getting into my stuff. And then I started having weird dreams of a shadow man that stood in my closet. I knew that he was watching me, but I was too scared to move or say anything. This kept happening every night. It was affecting my sleep so much that I was falling asleep in class. My mom asked what was going on, and I explained my dreams. At first, she brushed it off as a recurring nightmare. One day, I got this bright idea to bring all of my heavy school books home and put them in front of my closet door, thinking that this would stop this creep from watching me. The next morning, I woke up in horror to see that my book bag with my history, biology, and English textbooks in it had been pushed aside and the door open. Now I knew this was real. I told my mom everything, and she decided to do some digging online about the house. Like, why didn't she do this before we bought the place? Well, she couldn't find anything. So she went around to the neighbors and asked if anyone knew anything about the house. They told her that a drug dealer used to live in the house and that they were murdered, apparently stabbed multiple times. Honestly, I don't know how my mom felt, but she put on a tough front and she figured out a way to cleanse the house. Well, the story doesn't end here. The last time that he appeared to me was probably the most terrifying. One night, trying to fall asleep, I heard the door creak open, and stupidly, I looked. I saw the man again, but this time, I saw his face. He was a heavier-set guy with a bald head. He had dark-colored eyes and a blank look on his face, kind of sad-looking. He had a tattoo on his neck, and he was probably in his 40s. I can still picture him, clear as day. That night, I ran to my little sister's room, and I slept on her floor. The next day, we were playing outside when a car that I didn't recognize pulled into our driveway. My mom came out concerned about this stranger stealing her girls when a young girl hopped out. She had to have been 17 or 18. Her and my mom talked for a while, and then my mom called me over. The girl explained that she used to live here and that it was her dad who was killed in the house. In fact, she was in the house when it happened, along with both of her grandparents. She told us that her dad had decided to quit dealing drugs so that he could be better for his daughter. Then one day, a guy who was looking for some drugs, he came by. He didn't like that he couldn't get any there. They broke out into a fight when her dad tried to make him leave. And well, he died protecting his family. After I heard that, I became overwhelmed with emotion. This was a lot for a young teen to take in. My mom asked me if I could explain to her what I'd seen. So I did, and as I described his face, this girl started to cry. She said, "That's my dad." I was so confused and honestly kind of scared. She pulled out a picture and she showed me. Sure enough, her dad was the ghost in my closet. My mom let her walk through the house one last time. After that day, I never saw him again. No dreams, and my closet never opened on its own again. Honestly, I think he thought I was his daughter. When she came and walked through the house, he must have gotten some kind of closure and moved on. I hope he did at least. This summer, I had the opportunity to intern for a little record studio in town. I'm currently going to art school for sound design. This internship, it's a really good way for me to get some experience under my belt, actually working in a studio, hands-on. I've been able to work nights with my mentor. His name is John. He's been working in the record business since the late 70s. Really great guy. My first project was assisting with a local metal band. They were recording a 3-song EP. Drum tracks go first, And the next night, we have the rhythm guitarist and the bass player lay down their licks. Bass goes first, then rhythm. Rhythm guitarist's name is Ace, and I guess this story's really about him. Anyway, they're both proficient when hitting these tracks, and we wrap up the night early. When they're all done loading their gear back into their cars, we all listen to the playthroughs and put them on the big speakers. It all sounds fat, and so they dip out. John and I now get down to the panning and mixing of these tracks. He goes back and forth between headphone listens and speaker listens while I slowly break down the mics and roll up the chords. All while he's trying to explain to me what he's doing on Pro Tools. We go through bass fast, and he decides to sit me in front of the big screen monitors and mix one of the rhythm guitar tracks. I put on my headphones, and he watches over my shoulder as I try to emulate what I saw him doing earlier. As I dialed in the EQ, I began to hear something in the higher frequencies that I couldn't seem to cut out of the mix. John's sitting right behind me, so I take off my headphones and I ask him what he thinks it is. He puts them on, and as I play the clip back, I see him get a confused look on his face too. We play it on the big speakers, and the sound is still audible over the raw guitar track. The sound isn't a fuzz or a reverb issue, although that's how I originally tried to troubleshoot the issue. But replaying the track with the effects muted, it yielded the same results. A woman's voice in a thick Spanish accent saying, "Alexander." You can only hear it clearly in one of the guitar's chugging patterns, but that's obviously enough to make the track unusable. We mic up the amp in a small soundproof room next to where the guitarist lays down takes. I don't think I have to say this, but I will just in case anyone asks if there was a woman standing next to the microphone in the amp booth. There wasn't. And no amount of fucking with the mix could cut it. Next day, the lead guitarist shows up and we start recording. The rest of the band shows up later through the night, and John tells the rhythm guitarist that he's going to need him to redo a couple of takes. A couple of jokes are thrown his way amongst the band members, but John sits everyone down and has them listen to the weird sound in the take we recorded last night. We play the clip, and all except the rhythm guitarist and drummer are joking about the strange voice in the audio. The drummer says, "That sounded like Cassidy, homie." The other members get quiet, and from my position in the back, I can see the rhythm guitarist's eyes start to tear up before he says, "I'll be right back," and exits the studio. The drummer follows after him, and it's just the other members, John and I, sitting in the quiet studio, as if Ace took the air with him on his departure. We all just sit there until John goes, "So, who's Cassidy?" Lead singer tells us that Cassidy was Ace's wife and that his real name is Alexander. She died of a brain tumor a couple of years ago when they lived in Houston. Really sad shit. Drummer comes in and gathers his and Ace's stuff and says that they're gonna head out. The rest of the band all filter out, and then it's just John and I sitting in the studio. I almost asked him if he could play the clip for me one more time so I could record it on my phone the best I could, but I chickened out. I thought it would be weird if he wasn't down for that, so I guess no one has to hear a man's deceased wife to know that I did. So I just let it be. I went back to the studio a few times after that this summer. Nothing crazy happened. Different artists filtered through, but their tracks were fine. So I'm inclined to think that it's what people would call an EVP. And in that case, rest in peace, Ace's wife, Cassidy. And thanks everyone for listening. Once, when I was little, my mom had become furious with assumed dishonesty.
She didn't believe my excuse in regards to how my sliding closet door had been bent off the hinges. My adolescent linguistics were unable to clearly explain in detail what had actually happened before she let her anger get the best of her. My mother was of a generation where physical abuse amongst one another was socially acceptable. So was my father, but he was at work that day, and I'm sure my mom subconsciously used me to regain her sense of power. But psychology and philosophy aside, I was honest when I had told her what had happened. The night before, my imaginary friends were making scary faces at me while they sat inside the closet. I told them to stop, but they would just laugh at me and change into even scarier faces. So I got out of bed and I closed the closet door, and then I locked it. When I woke up, it was like that, totally bent off the hinges. If my mom would have investigated my claims more, she would have noticed that the latch was still locked on the closet and the metal frame was bent out. To come to the conclusion she did, I would have had to climb up to the top of the closet door, shimmy to the corner, and then generate enough swing with my little body to have the frame bend out in a way that it did. I was a very quiet child. I would have never risked making a racket like this, in fear of the beating I inevitably received. She thought she was doing me a favor by taking the sliding doors out and bringing them to the garage before my dad got home to see. She'd lie and say it allowed more access to the stuff in my closet. My dad bought it and didn't ask questions when he saw the thin bent doors in the garage. That wasn't the first beating I'd received for something I hadn't done. I think my imaginary friends took joy in watching my misery. Even at that young age, I began to realize this isn't how friends treat each other. When they first presented themselves, they were nice, then progressively started getting me into more and more trouble. Black crayons scribbled on the wall, reaching taller than my arms could stretch. Spilled cup of juice and phantom noises after bedtime. These would all result in swift discipline from my parental units. My imaginary friends even advised me that my mom was pregnant before she had known. And that's around the time they originally started showing up, telling me that they were waiting for the baby to be born. Hearing that then didn't give me chills like recounting it as an adult does. 3 children, 2 girls and 1 boy. Looking at them was like viewing someone through frosted glass. Opaque grays muted in different shades, giving construct to their features, and they moved like morning fog. When my brother was born, the entities no longer visited me. I never saw them again. I was grateful not having to worry about their antics getting me into trouble anymore. But at times when I'd feel lonely, I'd miss their company. My mom's in so much denial about her parenting skills. She denies most of the events even took place that she'd punish me for. I have no resolution past what's unfolded. I was too young to really take everything from this event that I would need to compile its meaning. I just know I saw the foggy kids, and for a while, I thought they were magic. Almost 20 years ago, I was in the midst of a divorce, and I'd been living with my parents for a few months. I managed to buy myself a cute 2-bedroom Victorian house for me and my 13-year-old daughter. And eventually, moving day arrived. Over the 5 months I'd lived with my parents, I'd been buying new things for our home. Essentials, saucepans, crockery, towels, bed linens, etc.
I didn't want anything from my ex, so everything I had I bought new. When moving day came, I had the beds for me and my daughter coming from a furniture shop, and a washing machine, a fridge, a sofa. Everything else I got into my car and drove from my parents' house with boxes full of new pots and everything else. My mom was at the house unpacking and putting things away. The delivery driver put my bed upstairs, and my mom decided to put my bedding on for me. So she opened the new sheets and duvet cover and made my bed. As she was brushing her hands over the newly made bed, she found a sewing needle, which she pulled out of the bedding. She gave it to me and said that it must have been in the packaging from the factory, which we all agreed seemed feasible. The following weekend, I stripped my bed, washed it, and dried it outside on the washing line. I fetched it in the late afternoon, and I remade my bed. When I went to bed that night, I could feel something inside my pillowcase. I thought it was a small twig that had gotten caught in the washing while it's on the line near some shrubs. I put on the bedside lamp, and inside the pillowcase was another needle. I put it on the bedside cabinet and decided I'd worry about that tomorrow. The next day was Sunday, and as always, I went to my parents' house for lunch. I told them about finding a second needle in my bed. The following weekend, I was busy, as always. Ask anyone who works all week, and they seem to spend the weekend doing laundry, grocery shopping, and cleaning. I was no different. I'd cleaned downstairs and was heading upstairs to clean the bedrooms and bathroom. Now, on my stairs, there were these wood panels, wainscoting. It looked nice and it hid the uneven plasterwork. The top of the wainscoting was waist high and was about an inch deep, just wide enough to gather dust, so I wiped the wainscoting as I cleaned the downstairs. Then, when I did the upstairs, I came down with a duster in my hand and wiped it over again. After running up and down the stairs a few times, bringing laundry down, taking clean clothes up, emptying the bathroom bin, etc., I finally finished, but I'd wiped that wainscoting ledge every time I'd passed it. I guess I was just so proud of my own lovely little place. Anyway, final trip downstairs, I noticed another sewing needle. Sitting on top of the wainscoting ledge, there was a needle. Now, this is getting decidedly weird. So I added it to the other two on my bedside table. The next morning, I look at the 3 needles and think, wait until I tell Mom about this one. And I notice there's not 3 needles as there should be, but 4. Weirder and weirder. Several years later, my daughter was by then an adult with a baby of her own, and I was moving across country, so I sold my darling house and obviously packed up. In a cupboard, by the back door, there was a broiler, and I kept a few folding garden chairs and some old curtains in there. I pulled out the curtains, and I saw for the first time ever a tin, like a biscuit tin or a Quality Street chocolate tin, and inside there was some unfinished embroidery, and suddenly all the needles made sense. So I pack the tin with the unfinished embroidery and decide I'll make it my job to finish it. But I never did finish it, as when I unpacked my house, the tin had vanished. Maybe it isn't the creepiest of stories, but every word here is exactly how it happened. I never felt creeped out or spooked in my house, though. I hope you enjoy my needle ghost story. Before I start this story, I would just like to say that this house was built in the 60s, and I'm not entirely sure that there's been any deaths near or in this house, but it still scares the shit out of me. Around 2016, me and my family moved into this house. It needed a lot of renovating, and also, just generally, it was old. To add on to the oldness of it all, the family graveyard of the neighborhood owners are about a block from us, and all of the streets are named after the now deceased children, which is sweet, but also very creepy if you think about it. Now on to the main story. So about 3 or 4 months into this house, I was very sick, to the point where I was coughing, sneezing, and sometimes puking. It was the worst part of being there. But around the time where I started to get better, doors started to slam a lot, even when nobody was upstairs. My door, for example, was slamming a lot, and to the point where a crack was now in the middle of it, from the force of the door slamming. But it wasn't only mine. It was my brother and my sister's, and any other doors in the hallway where our rooms resided. At first, me and my family blamed it on our windows being constantly open. But I really doubt it. Looking back, it was around winter when this happened. Another thing to add to this is I can now hear footsteps walking towards me in my brother's room. Not necessarily footsteps, but you can hear something moving forcefully, and then it sounds like something is opening up the door. And to add on to me thinking this, as I keep an EMF reader around, just in case, to see if it's actually true. EMF readers are still faulty, I do agree, but sometimes I get up to an EMF 3 just before it disappears. And lastly, I always feel like there's something sitting on my chair in my room while I sleep, to the point where I have to have something on my chair, and my chair facing a different direction. I've recently been paranoid of my chair. It usually faces a different direction than what I leave it in, but I guess it could be my imagination. And those are really all of my experiences. But yeah, my house is probably haunted. This happened in January of 2019. My stepdad had been in our family for 30 years before he was diagnosed with cancer. He never had any biological children, but he had me and my sister, and we couldn't have asked for a better stepdad or granddad to our children. I was with him when he was diagnosed, and with him at all of his treatments. From the very beginning, there was no question of who would take care of him. It was going to be me. He and my mother were split up at the time, and it just seemed natural that I would be the one to do so because of how close we were. And honestly, I considered it an honor. Unfortunately, his prognosis was not very good, and they gave him less than a year to live. He barely made it to 6 months after his diagnosis. He was in a hospital the last 6 days of his life. He had a DNR, and as hard as it was, I didn't argue with him about it. 2 days before he passed, he was in and out of consciousness and was barely able to talk. His last night, he was able to communicate that he really wanted me to go home and check on the dogs. This was just after 3 a.m. I told him I would do that, and that I would be right back. He gave me a smile and nodded. It took 20 minutes for me to get home, and 10 minutes after walking through the door, the hospital called and said that he had passed. I felt so guilty for leaving until I thought he knew there was already somebody with the dogs, but he insisted I go check on them. Perhaps he didn't want me there at the time. I don't know. I still don't know. Now, what I do know is that the morning after he passed, I had a missed call from his phone, which had been in my purse the whole time he was in the hospital. The call was made at 3:47 a.m., and the voicemail that he left said, "Thank you for everything, sweetheart. I love you." That message was left in my stepdad's perfect, loving voice, not the raspy, out-of-breath, strained voice he'd had moments before he died. Some people have said that it may have been an old message that I just received that morning, but either way, I thought it was amazing.
I think my experiences started with the violent abuse of my childhood. Entities would try attaching themselves to me, and it kind of darkened my presence. At a young age, my dad asked why I stopped smiling, and that continued for decades. Meanwhile, I've always had visions, and in my 30s, I moved to a place with a heavy, hidden, satanic element. I definitely disturbed the energy in that place, because I had powerful dreams when I was there. Plus, I think something cursed me. That brings me to 12 years ago, when I met an attractive woman who was treating her depression with meth. She even admitted to doing very bad things to people. At the same time, I was also having visions that didn't make sense until I met her. She was a black magic practitioner, and through phone sex, she was somehow able to attach a demon to me. I went to a Cherokee shaman named Raven, who said the black magic practitioner was actually a djinn, and she was spiritually attacking others through me. It was bizarre, to say the least. The more I learned, the more I tried to help others who were being attacked by covens, and because of that, the covens in turn began to target me. It was brutal. For years, my energy was drained daily to the point of delirium. Eventually, I had a vision of a dark cloaked figure coming into my mind's eye, and he said, "I can't destroy you. Your faith in God is unbreakable, but I will devour the ones who attack you." Then, I saw several groups of people standing around altars and performing blood rituals, summoning demons to attack me. The figure said his name was Az, and that only 3 fallen angels have that sound in their name, which I took that to mean that he was Azazel. Several days later, I felt the death of the djinn's sister. All that time, I'd been praying, surrendering to the divine, and just not specifying God or Christ. It helped me to see that there were other solutions to attempt. I tried praying to every culture's deities, but to no avail. Finally, I found a guy that had traveled the world looking for the same solution. He said that prayers to the Christian God were the only solution that worked. Well, I tried it, even though I wasn't very big on the Bible when living in that satanic place. Before all that began, I had rage issues, PTSD, was diagnosed as borderline paranoid schizophrenic. But as the years passed, I started praying to God every day, all day. Eventually, my troubles began to lessen. My energy returned. The paranoia stopped. My PTSD went away along with the borderline schizophrenia. Though during that time, my visions were going haywire. I've had a handful of instances where demons entered my mind's eye for a chat, and this has been a heavily condensed summary of those experiences.
There's a recording from what we experienced at 1:07 a.m., July 31st, 2022, which was my 40th birthday. We were parked at the north end of I-75 rest stop, between the Mount Morris and Montrose exits.
right outside of Flint, Michigan, the place where you can't drink the water. We've slept down there hundreds of times, and the woods surrounding it usually inspire an eerie feeling. But we've never experienced anything like what happened that night. I fell asleep shortly after we got there, but my wife was still awake, fixing her hair when she noticed a long, white rectangle standing in the forest directly across from our car. A bright white light was pouring out of it, as if someone in a dark room had opened the door to one filled with insanely bright lights. Then she saw the outline of a shadow figure standing in the doorway. She said it gave off an intensely sinister, evil feeling as it stood, motionless and staring at her. At first, she thought it must be a hallucination or a dream. She couldn't believe such a thing could really be happening. But once she realized it wasn't simply her imagination, she became frightened and woke me up. The moment I opened my eyes, I saw what she saw. A bright, white doorway with a shadow man staring at us. I immediately told her to get the hell out of there, and she did, quickly. We drove towards the rest stop's exit and parked, but as we drove away, this thing flew out of the portal with what I can only describe as angel wings. It followed our car across the parking lot. That's the part I recorded, though sadly, I didn't get any footage of the original portal. The entity looked like a robed angel, holding a staff with his arms out and head back. But it also looks like a portal with angel wings and spirits passing through. Then it shows 4 lights hovering above it. 2 are green and 2 are orange. We sat there, recording it and talking. But whatever this thing was, it didn't have the scary feeling my wife felt before. Now it felt calm, like it was protecting us. But after a while, we both got freaked out again and left shortly after. I know people will say the lights are from my dashboard, but we even debunked that in the video by holding my hands in front of the dash lights. A lot disappeared, but not this. The entity stayed, disappeared for a split second, and came right back. To leave, we were forced to drive right past it, and we saw it clear as day through the driver's side window. You can also see it in the rearview mirrors. This is not fake or some kind of scam. I've had the pictures and the video recording for almost 6 months now, and I need answers. If anyone has experienced this before, please take a look. Let me know what you think. I moved into my apartment 9 years ago. Before the early 2010s, when it was converted into lofts, it was a factory. I wanted to make this post because I've had some strange experiences over the years. Experiences that have led me down the rabbit hole of an unsolved murder from 1998. I'm mostly wondering if this will line up with anyone else's story. Shortly after moving in, I was living alone and had fallen asleep in front of the TV. When I woke up, I stepped into a thick puddle of liquid that definitely wasn't there when I fell asleep. The puddle was roughly 1 foot in diameter, and there was no obvious explanation for it. There were no air ducts or underlying pipework, and I wasn't drinking anything that could have fallen over. It was too thick and viscous to be water. Plus, it smelled like coconut shampoo. After cleaning it up, I called my parents to get their opinion. They said to keep a lookout in case there was a leak somewhere else that was simply coming through in that area. It never happened again, but That's what prompted me to start checking this stuff out on the internet. When I searched for explanations of liquids appearing, it eventually led me to a discussion about poltergeists. Initially, I rationalized that poltergeists only existed in places where some form of trauma had occurred. And I wasn't sure if that was true in this case. I wasn't a true skeptic back then, but I've never been the type of person to poke the bear, as they say. Long story short, that's when I learned my building used to be a factory. In 1998, the owner was murdered in the parking lot. And while the case is technically still unsolved, an officer was quoted as saying they know who did it. There just wasn't enough evidence to prosecute. Upon learning this, I understood the connection and began mentioning the story to others in the building, along with my strange liquid experience. I figured this murdered soul wanted to be acknowledged, and ever since I started telling the story, nothing else has physically happened. Though, recently, I've started suspecting other types of experiences. For the past year, whenever I work in my home office, I get a sense of being shot in the head. At least, what I imagine it would feel like. It happens when I'm awake. They aren't dreams. It's like my mind drifts into it. It's really hard to explain. It's like a memory of a car passing by, and suddenly, I feel my head clock back violently. This has been a reoccurring thing that comes and goes, but it only happens at night. I think the spirit is trying to communicate how they felt when they died. When I first started researching the murder, I didn't read where the victim was shot. It was only when I went back to review the articles that I realized it was a mob hit with a getaway car. 3 men shot the victim, once in the head, twice in the stomach. The murder happened at 7 a.m., and occasionally, my stomach will randomly hurt at that time, only to be completely fine the rest of the day. Has anyone had similar experiences? Is there anything I could do to put the spirit at ease? Oh, and another element of this murder is that after the victim was killed, people found out that he had a mistress in Florida who was married to a famous Miami chef. The location of the murder was in Toronto, Canada.
This happened a few years ago. My mom had an ex-boyfriend who died in a motorcycle accident, and it happened to be the 20-year anniversary of his death. That night, I ran into the store to get a few things. My mom stayed out in the car and waited for me. My mom used to work at the store, and I grew up going there, so it's safe to say that we knew almost everyone there. So it wasn't a surprise that when I came out, I saw a guy sitting in the passenger seat next to my mom. I just thought that it was one of the guys who worked there. I walked up to the car and I bent down to look through the window to see who it was that my mom was talking to, but no one was there. Within less than a minute, it took me to walk to the car. No one was in there except my mom. So I get in, sit down, and I feel ice-cold air go right through me. So I turn to my mom and I ask her 2 questions. 1, had you been talking to one of the guys from the store just a minute ago? She gave me a weird look and said no. Question number 2, did you have the AC on in the car? Her response, no. And I left it at that. I didn't say a word to her about what I saw until a couple of months later. As soon as I told her, she went and pulled out her old high school yearbook and opened it to a page, and I pointed at a picture. And I told her, that's who I saw sitting next to you. She looked at the picture and said, yep, that's him. I went on telling her that he looked kind of grumpy. She explained that he always did. It It was just the way that he was. Without ever meeting this guy, I never saw his picture before. I didn't even know his real name, only a nickname. I was able to point out her dead ex-boyfriend in her yearbook. I have no doubt in my mind that it was him sitting next to her that night. My sister was 26 at the time of this experience. It was a beautiful sunny day, and she was going to visit her horses at the local stable in the mountains. The road to get there is windy, and it goes for about 10 minutes with a cliff on one side and a ravine on the other. As she turned a blind corner, she saw a woman in a van driving in the correct lane. And passing the lady in the minivan, entering my sister's lane head-on, was a man in a pink Corvette. My sister had mere seconds before the car hit her. There was a cliff on one side, so she didn't want to go over, and there was a mountain on the other side. She didn't want to kill the lady in the minivan, which she thought she would have if she turned into the mountainside. My sister was driving a Volvo and thought maybe she might live since they're very good in head-on accidents. So she slammed on her brakes and looked the guy in the eyes, and she closed her eyes just as his car was about to hit her. She said her whole life flashed before her eyes, but then she kept breathing, so she opened them. The man was gone. She screeched to a halt shortly thereafter, turned and saw the lady in the minivan had stopped. The woman had motioned and called out to her to drive back and meet at the turnout. When she turned her car around at the next turnabout, she was shaken badly, but she made it back over to the woman in the minivan. The woman had a small girl in the seat next to her. The woman driving said the guy in the Corvette had been tailgating her down the mountain the whole time. She'd pulled over several times to let him pass her, but each time he'd not passed. It's like he waited for my sister to pass illegally. The woman kept her eyes open, thinking she was going to have to report a fatality to the police. She said the guy just literally disappeared, along with his car. The little girl in the car was very insistent, asking, "Mommy, where did the strange man go?" This happened a few days after my sister had asked God to prove his or her existence to her. I find the timing on that experience very interesting, and my sister is still faithful to this day. Also of interest, the mountain upon which this happened, Mount Umanu in San Jose, is known to all of the local Native American tribes as a sacred mountain. There have been numerous spiritual experiences there that people can't explain. Quite some time ago, when my niece was 4, she's 8 now, she'd said something quite odd. My sister and brother-in-law had gotten an adorable puppy. He was a bit rambunctious, but still cute as heck. But when playing with the dog one day, I was sitting on the sofa with my sister, who was pregnant with her 3rd child, one who I'd had a prophetic dream about, a different post a while ago. My niece told us that she had had a dog before. My sister and I looked at one another. I spoke to my niece. "Did you? Was your dog like Bobby?" She replied, "No, my dog before was bigger and not naughty." And then she said the weirdest part. "My grandson got him for me to keep me company when my husband died." My sister asked her what she meant. "My husband died and my grandson got me a dog." She wasn't even looking at us when she spoke. She was focused on rubbing the dog's belly. She just said it like it was fact. She didn't give any names, but that evening, she said there was a ghost upstairs waiting for her to join him. She said it was George, but she wasn't ready to go upstairs with him yet. Just really weird. In 2017, I went on holiday to Samoa with my family and my girlfriend. We were staying at my auntie's house, which is a combination of a Samoan fale and a normal house. Anyways, late one morning, around 2 or 3, my girlfriend woke me up to take her to the bathroom. The toilet was down a long hallway around the corner from my room. At the end of the hallway, on the left, was a toilet room. On the back wall of the hallway was the wash sink. And then on the right side of the wall, a mirror. What made this hallway even more creepy was the white light above the sink. So I'm waiting outside the door while my girlfriend is in the bathroom. She finishes and then goes back to the room. I go in, do my business, come back into the hallway to wash my hands at the sink. While I'm washing, I look to my right and I glance into the mirror. As I turn around to walk back down the hallway, about 5 feet in front of me is a lady. I only managed to see her for a split second before she disappeared, but I swear the image of her is still stuck in my head. This lady was wearing a white sleeping gown. She had pale arms and legs, frizzy black hair that covered her face. I jolted up and I banged my hand against the wall. Goosebumps ran all over my body and my heart was pounding. I knew I had to walk through the place that she was just standing. So quickly, I dashed back to my room. Being back in my room, I've never jumped into the sheets so quickly. My girlfriend asked me what the banging sound was. I told her, I saw a ghost. I saw a ghost. My heart was thumping so hard and loud that she was actually concerned I was going to have a heart attack. And I'm a pretty healthy guy. She managed to calm me down, and she told me it's just the heat. It wasn't real. For the next 5 minutes, I'm in bed trying to reclaim my thoughts if what I saw was real or just a figment of my imagination. Right after that episode, I see my mom and dad walk past my room, going towards the toilet. My dad looked like he had a nightmare or something. At the time, I didn't think anything of it, until the next day. Bright and sunny morning, my family are all eating breakfast together at the table, and I tell them about the ghost I saw. All of my cousins, aunties, and uncles are all mocking me, saying, nah, you're just seeing things. Ghosts aren't real, all of that jazz. However, I noticed my dad wasn't saying anything. After breakfast, we're getting ready to head out for the day. My dad pulls me aside. He said, "Did you really see a ghost last night?" And I said, "Yeah, why would I lie?" To which my dad replied, "I believe you." Confused, I asked him, "Why do you believe me?" His reply shocked me to my core. "Because, son, I saw 3 black shadows standing at the end of my bed." I was never a big believer in ghosts until this day. Sometimes I still contemplate if what I saw was real. Every now and again, I ask my dad if he actually did see a ghost or 3 ghosts, just to make sure I'm not crazy. I had this story on my mind a lot. I just wanted to get it out there. But if there's questions, I'll try to answer them the best I can. Cheers. My buddies and I have a YouTube and TikTok where we go to places with urban legends, ghost stories, and we get wasted there on camera. We live in the Louisville area, so we recently hit a lot of major spots in the area and decided to finish it off with Iroquois Park. We'd known all of the stories. The headless woman who's supposed to appear on foggy nights, the serial killers who ended their victims' lives, etc. So, we pull up to the park late at night with our film and our lighting equipment Keep in mind, we hadn't had a drop at this moment. We're walking on the closed road in the park, and right away, you can tell that the real danger in coming to this park at night is the pure isolation you have at the top of the hill. And while it's supposed to be a beautiful nighttime view, any Louisvillian will tell you not to go at night. We get to the top after walking about an hour, and it's apparent that my buddies are just as sketched out as I am, so we decide to do a full lap before we set up. We're about halfway through the lap, having heard the dogs barking. We saw the fog, and we even smelt burning wood when we stumble upon a point with a large stone wall. In the dark, it looked to us like there was a figure sitting on the wall, swaying back and forth, but much taller than the average person. I immediately get freaked out and I say, on camera, I see somebody by the wall. We turn our lights off and we sit for a second, trying to work out the figure in the dark. I start to turn around thinking that it was a homeless person up to no good, but my friend on camera decides to approach it. By the time we get to the point of where it was sitting, there's nothing there. It scared the shit out of me. Not sure how scared my buddies were because I couldn't see their faces in the dark. Not sure what it was, but in that moment, it got our hearts pumping. I'm not necessarily a believer in the paranormal, but I also think that there's a whole lot we just don't know. So I fully acknowledge that ghosts could very well exist, even if I've not personally seen one. My uncle got remarried about 20 years ago. In 2005, his wife's grandmother passed away, and they ended up buying and moving into her house. They've lived there for over 15 years now. It's an older house built in the 60s by her grandma and grandpa. It has a really steep set of stairs in the living room that lead to the upstairs, which is basically just a large open space. It used to be used for bedrooms when family would come visit, but once my uncle bought it, they just started using it as storage. Nothing odd ever happened until they remodeled about 5 years ago. They added a new master bedroom and changed the layout of the smallest bedroom and existing bathroom to create a laundry room. So what used to be a bedroom is now a small laundry room, and the other half of it is now part of a larger bathroom. Not long after the remodel, my oldest cousin from my uncle's first marriage was spending the night. He was sleeping on the couch when he said he woke up to see an old lady walking down the stairs and into the laundry room. Needless to say, he freaked out. He thought someone was in the house, so he jumped up and ran into the laundry room, but there was nobody there. He literally opened everyone's bedroom doors in the bathroom and peeked in just to make sure that this lady hadn't gone into another room. He convinced himself that it was a dream and eventually went back to sleep. He told my uncle about it the next day, and my uncle too assumed that it was a dream. Fast forward to 2020, about 2-ish years after my cousin saw the old lady. My uncle was sleeping on the couch because my aunt wasn't feeling well. Since it was the early stages of the pandemic, she'd kind of quarantined herself in the bedroom until she could see if it was a normal bug or COVID. My uncle said that he turned off the TV. It was about 11-ish. He was trying to fall asleep when he heard the stairs creak. There are a couple of steps at the top that kind of pop when you step on them. He said that he got up because nobody should be awake, and certainly not upstairs. He turned the light on and looked up. Nobody was there, but he said he could hear footsteps going toward the laundry room. He went and checked. Nobody was there. He checked in on my cousins. They have 2 younger kids who still live at home. Both of them were asleep. He didn't know what to make of it, so he just went back to bed. The next night, he again was on the couch, and again, he heard someone on the stairs, and he heard them going into the laundry room. He finally told my aunt about it. Her grandmother's bedroom at the end of her life was the small one beside the bathroom, the one that they had remodeled into a laundry room and a bigger bathroom. My uncle thinks that by reconfiguring that section of the house, they stirred something up. My aunt refuses to believe it, even though she's heard the footsteps herself. Oddly enough, though, her mother 100% believes that it's her mother's ghost checking on things. She said she was very much set in her ways and hated anything to be changed in her house. I've never heard the footsteps myself, but my uncle's definitely not the hysterical, imaginative sort. He's very matter-of-fact. He's a heavy equipment mechanic and just very much the only believe what you can see with your own eyes type. He's the sort that doesn't like scary movies because they're nonsense. So, if he says he hears footsteps on the stairs and down the hall, then he hears them. When I was a little kid, I lived in a haunted house, somewhere right outside of LA. I don't remember much, but I do remember my siblings being scared of this house. We once heard my oldest brother struggling to breathe, and when we walked in, we witnessed that he had bruises around his neck, as if he was choked. We even witnessed a figure walking around the house and sitting on our couch during the night. This story is about something that stuck with me. When I was around 4, I was wandering around the house one night, and I recall hearing a noise from the vents, as if something was shuffling in there. I knew something was in there, and I yelled for it to come out. The shuffling, it got louder and louder, until the vent opens up. What came out would quite literally stick with me my entire life. It was a very pale girl with black hair that reached her back. She was crawling on the ceiling, and you know that feeling of utter fear and danger. Well, that made me start to run. I ran into my room, and it followed me. Me and my brother shared a room, and as I ran, he looked up, and he had a look of fear on his face. I remember managing to evade this thing, and I made it to my mom's room. But honestly, I don't recall it ever chasing me out of my room. I'd believe it was my crazy imagination if it wasn't for my brother, who to this day still asks me if what he saw, I saw. Since that day, however, it kind of followed me throughout my life. I'd always see it in the corner of my eye, just staring at me, from corners of rooms, always just hiding and staring. Not surprisingly enough, it's always in my times of peril or depression when I see her most. I know she feeds off the negativity in my life. She's been seen by my family member and also a friend, all while I was present. So I don't normally hop on Reddit for any type of story I have, but this freaked me out. I was out walking my dog at about 2:30 p.m. sharp on Tuesday, and I walked past my neighbor's house, who's a good friend of mine. And I see a man standing inside. He's bald, about 6'1", chubby, has a suit with a hat on. Now, this is a female neighbor, and she lives alone. Now I'm thinking maybe she has company over and she's out doing something. Either way, I mind my own business and I keep walking. I stop at the stop sign down the street, let my dog use the bathroom. I got home, and oddly enough, I got a call from that neighbor. You can't make this shit up, I swear. And we spark up a normal conversation about how everything's going. And I mention, I saw a man in your house. I explained how he looked. Asked if she had company over. She stopped and paused for a few minutes. And then she said something. She said that about a month ago, her dad died, just before she moved near me. He was wearing the same outfit that I described, the same attributes. She got pretty emotional. But I was just so confused why I saw him in her window. It creeped me out. And now every time, if I walk past her house, I wonder if I'll ever see the figure again. I don't normally believe in ghosts, but this might have been proof for me. As a young man, I loved climbing mountains. And this is an amazing encounter that happened to me on one climbing expedition. We'd left a hut late one night. The intention was to summit a mountain in a single long push by climbing right through the night. It was bad weather in the middle of winter, and there was deep snow, and we were trying to find our way through a maze of crevasses on a glacier. I remember the howling wind and clouds moving rapidly through the sky as the bulk of the mountain loomed over us. There was a full moon which would hide behind the clouds before emerging again. I remember seeing a man moving up the slope below us. The first thing that struck me was he didn't have a headlamp on. I yelled over the wind at my climbing partner, "Let's go talk to this guy." "What guy?" "That guy." I pointed down at the figure moving towards us. "What guy?" At this point, I remember losing it. "That fucking guy, right there." And at that point, I looked down to see absolutely nothing. Thinking that he had fallen into a crevasse, we walked down, but we never found any tracks. In the years since, I've heard reports of similar encounters in the area. In fact, recently, the bones of a deceased climber from the 1970s were discovered melted out of the ice. And the news reports reminded me of my mysterious climber from that night. Yesterday, I was in the bathtub at my boyfriend's house. Usually, I'll listen to a podcast or music, but last night, I just wanted to sit in silence. At some point, my boyfriend walks in with a peaceful look on his face. He asks, "You singing, honey?" I sing a lot in the shower and around the house, but I definitely was not singing. I told him this, and we both got creeped out. I asked if any of the windows were open, like maybe someone was singing outside. All the windows were shut, and the loud AC units were running. Also, it was really late, so the idea of someone singing out in the night was eerie in itself. He said the singing he heard was so clear that he could still remember the melody. He hummed it and asked me again, "You sure you weren't singing that? Maybe quietly?" The melody was not one that I recognized, and no, I definitely was not singing. What do you guys think? Ghost? I live in Singapore, and it's the Hungry Ghost Month again. It's like the Day of the Dead in Mexico, but with more jaw sticks and hell money. However, after my experience 5 years ago, I never leave my blinds open at night anymore. To those unaware, the Hungry Ghost Festival happens during the 7th month of the lunar calendar and lasts for 14 days in East Asian countries. Essentially, Taoist and Buddhist followers burn paper money or hell money, jaw sticks, and food offerings to pray to their ancestors. These offerings also appease the hungry ghosts, spirits with insatiable hunger that haunt the streets. As Singapore is a multiracial, multi-religious society, locals are taught about the festival as children. There are 3 simple rules. Don't step on any joss sticks or paper money. Never touch the offerings. And don't go out late at night. Naturally, I abide by the rules and have a front row seat to the festival. I understand its religious importance and honestly don't hate it. Every year, offerings are left along pathways near homes, and paper money is burned in metal bins late at night. Yellow embers light the ground, with smoke trailing up to meet my window. I live in an apartment close to the ground floor, and I'm within earshot of the chants and the prayers. One late night, I couldn't sleep too well, and hung out with my elder sister and her cat in the living room. The night was deathly quiet and peaceful. At some point, I realized I could smell smoke in the living room and figured the window must have been left ajar. From this room, the window looks down on the offerings on the ground floor. The curtain was slightly open. I snuck over to the window and peeped outside. It was midnight. The metal bin was still burning, and it gave the ground floor an unearthly glow. As I closed the window, I heard something crunching below me. I figured it was the neighborhood cat, but I was met with something large, crouching under my window. From my vantage point, I could see someone kneeling at the offerings. They had long black hair and a draping, white, dirty smock. They bowed over a spot with many offerings, and I thought they were in deep prayer, but it was odd because it was pretty late already. The crunching noises were growing louder, originating from the messy black hair. My realization made my knuckles turn white. I was rooted in fear. This wasn't a person. They had no shadow in the light of the joss sticks and were actively eating the offerings, hungrily, as if they were starved for years. My elder sister saw me petrified and called out to me, whispering if I was okay. I looked at her, my words shivering as I breathed. Someone is eating the offerings. The moment my voice rang out, something felt wrong. The crunching had stopped. I looked back to see the figure standing straight, stiff as a board. As it turned around, I locked the window and shut the curtains. I huddled beside my sister. She sensed something was off too. All was quiet until the growling started. We looked over to the front door to see our pet cat growling. Protective of my elder sister, her furry coat and tail puffed up, and she looked unbelievably angry. My sister and I didn't move for an hour as the front door shook outside. I could hear a woman laughing softly at the door. I know I fucked up, but I'd never told the rest of my family about the incident. If my cat wasn't at the door, I believe that thing could have attacked me. As my cat no longer lives with us, I became very diligent and made sure every goddamn window is covered and locked by sundown. Back in 2014, when I was a teenager, I was still living in my small town in Europe, Bulgaria. Me and my childhood friends, 2 boys and 1 girl, would sometimes take walks along a highway, one which wasn't used very frequently. Most of the time, we would see a few trucks pass by, but it wasn't full of traffic, and it was very close to where I lived, so it was just something we'd often do. On the left side of it, there were houses. On the right side, there was a huge empty field with some hills here and there but most of the land was empty, full of grass. On the right side where the field was, there was an old abandoned canal, which hadn't been used since the early 90s. It was full of trash and sticks, and it was also used to dispose of bones of farm animals such as goats and sheep. There weren't so many, and yeah, it's creepy, but we knew they were from animals. We visited before in the daytime. Nothing impressive, really. Just an empty hole. One ordinary night, we decided to go on another walk along the highway. We went to the end once and then came back. We got bored since we were always doing the same thing. Someone had the idea to go along the small dirt road, which is alongside the abandoned canal, and we did, without giving it much thought. Now, have in mind that on the highway, there are streetlights, but on the small dirt road alongside this canal, there's no light coming from anywhere. It was a full moon as far as I remember, since it wasn't pitch black, and we could see where we were going without using our phones. Anyways, we were walking, joking, laughing, just having a really good time. One of the boys went ahead of us, since he was walking faster. Me and the other boy and the other girl were behind him, walking a bit slower. At the middle of the dirt road, the three of us decide to go back to the well-lit area on the highway. And we called to the other guy to come back as well. A few minutes passed and the boy was ahead. He was almost at the end of the dirt road when he started running towards us, screaming. So instinctively, we all turned around to see what's going on, and we just froze. We saw him running very fast towards us, and there was something behind him, following him. Everyone managed to brush it off and run toward the highway, except for me. I stood there for a few more seconds, trying to figure out what we were witnessing. It's very hard to describe. It was a figure that somehow was shining bright, white light, moving up and down, coming towards us. When I realized I couldn't figure out what I was seeing, I turned my back towards it, and I ran so fast that I passed the others, even though they had started running before me. We didn't stop until we reached the street lights, and when we did, we turned around. There was nothing behind us anymore. We were terrified at first, but then we just dropped the subject and never spoke of it again. None of us shared this with anybody outside of our childhood group, since we thought people would start rumors that we're taking drugs, etc. It was a very small town. A couple of years went by. We grew up and everyone started moving out to the bigger cities in the area. So at one point, I was the only person from our childhood group left in our hometown, since I was the youngest of us four. In 2017, I was hanging outside in my hometown with some friends. A completely different group of people who were never friends with my old group of friends. We started talking about random stuff, and then it got dark outside, and one of the guys suggested that we should share spooky stories. Then he started talking, and he shared how recently he and 3 other boys were hanging out during the night alongside the dirt road next to the abandoned canal. At this point, I was all ears. He then proceeded to describe how exactly the same thing happened to them, how they were just hanging out there, and then some weird figure, a shining, bright white thing, came towards them. They got scared and ran away, and then when they looked back, the figure had disappeared. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. My jaw dropped to the ground. Then I shared that a couple of years back, me and 3 other friends experienced the exact same thing, in the very same place. I asked him if these other people had talked to him about it, and if this was some kind of joke, but it wasn't. The story doesn't exactly end here. I went home that night, still stunned, and I barely slept. I kept remembering what happened years ago, and I was trying to figure things out, but I thought of nothing that made sense. What we experienced was just unexplainable. So the next day, I decided to share everything with my parents, and I honestly thought that they might just brush it off, say that we were just too scared and imagined something. But to my surprise, they were both just staring at me, horrified. I asked them why they weren't saying anything and why they were just staring at me. Then they told me how, back in the early 90s, when they were teenagers themselves, 2 kids went missing. A 7-year-old girl and a 3-year-old boy. Before they went missing, these kids lived right next door to our apartment, in the house that was facing our balcony. Since it's a small town, everyone thought that the kids would be found soon. But 5 years passed by, and there was no sign of them. Nobody had heard anything. There were no suspects in the kidnapping or any leads as to what happened to them. Then, in the 5th year of their disappearance, their remains were found in the abandoned canal, and by the evidence found there, it was concluded that they had been murdered, but the killer was never found. My parents said this event really shook the community back then, and a lot of people avoided going near the canal since it happened. The curious teens were occasionally visiting it and sharing stories of how they'd seen something unexplainable. However, nobody believed them. To this day, when I visit my hometown and pass by the canal, I feel so uneasy. And I don't even think about going alongside the dirt road, not after knowing what really happened there. So I went ghost hunting last night and had an experience I will never forget. I'm 23 and I go to college with my best friend who's 20. We joined a local club on campus. Upon meeting the other people in our club, we soon realized that we all shared an interest in folklore and the supernatural. So we decided that the club should meet up for a ghost hunting night on campus just for fun. We met around 9 at night and visited a few hot spots known on campus. While we did get a little bit of interaction, it was nothing major, mostly small EVPs and some captures on Snapchat. The group was having a blast, including my friend and I. By 11:30, the group had dwindled down to less than 6 of us, as most of the group had gone home to go to bed. It was at that point we decided to visit the most active place on campus, which is a residential hall. The residential hall is haunted by a rather famous ghost who I will call Jay. Jay was a young baker who worked at his family's bakery that had been on campus. Jay unfortunately died when he fell and got locked into the large oven and burned to death. The hall is built on top of where the bakery used to be. Jay is known around the hall for pulling pranks, like hiding keys and turning on radios. Our group leader, who I'll call Kay, is an RA at the building and knows all of the spots that Jay frequents. She took us inside and led us to one of the hot spots, which was a computer lab. We all took seats in different rows in the lab. Where I sat, there was nobody around me, and we were quite a few seats apart from one another. This is important. So we sit there. Kay has a spirit box app going on her phone. We start talking to Jay and tell him to move stuff around us to prove that he's there. Every time we do, the spirit box responds with no or not a good idea. I was getting bored and tired at this point, so I started egging Jay on more by telling him to knock stuff over or even mess with me. Finally, I tell Jay to open the closet, to which we get no response. Kay starts talking about how a lot of the activity relates to the closet. It was at that moment that the back of my chair was smacked, hard enough that it let out an audible smack. It was also hard enough that it sent vibrations through my body. I scream immediately and book it to the door. and so does everybody else. We race out of the room, down the hall, where we finally stop and catch our breath. I've never been so shaken in my entire life. There's no way that any of us could have smacked my chair because we were so far apart. I was also sitting completely still, and there was nothing behind me that could have fallen and hit my chair. I also felt a direct strike, straight to my back. I've always believed in ghosts, but I've never had an experience until last night. My friend was recording the whole thing with an audio recorder and caught the moment it happened. Needless to say, I won't be returning to that residential hall anytime soon. I grew up on a small farm in south-central Pennsylvania. Our house was built in the mid to late 1800s and had several occupants before my parents moved in, one of which we believe stuck around after death. We called this entity Joe, after a farmer that lived there that was killed in an accident not far from the house. Both my family and several friends had seen Joe around the property. Joe would appear in a window of the old barn before the barn was destroyed. He would also make his presence known around the house, moving things, whispering, and occasionally manifesting himself for people to see. He appeared for a group of people that we had visiting in the early 90s. This was faculty from a boarding school my mother taught at. Several of the teachers asked who the old man standing on our second-floor balcony was. They all thought that he was a new teacher at the school, but when they asked my mom and went to show her the man, he was gone. My first time seeing Joe was also in the early 90s. I had heard him and seen things moving on their own since I was a kid, but never actually saw him before. This was when I was in high school. Maybe grade 9 or 10, I was homesick for the day. My parents were both at work and my brother was off at college. We lived at a crossroad in a 2-story house on 5 acres of land. At the time, we had a small barn with a large pasture for several sheep and goats. The windows of my second-floor bedroom overlooked the barn and pasture to the north and the crossroad to the west. Anyway, at one point in the early afternoon, a noise caught my attention and I peeked out the window to see what it was. The animals had somehow opened one of the gates and escaped the pasture. I groaned and got dressed to get them back into the fenced area. I was sick and did not want to deal with this. Before leaving my room, I looked out the window again, and to my surprise, saw a man herding the animals back into the pasture and latching the gate. He was older, maybe in his 60s or 70s, wearing glasses, black pants, and suspenders, with a white button-down shirt. When he was done, he turned to look directly at my window, smiled, and waved, then started walking toward the road. I watched him walk off in disbelief. When I couldn't see him anymore from that window, I went to the other window to see where he was going. He had disappeared. There was no sign of him walking down the road, and there was no vehicle that he could have arrived in. There was also no time for him to have gotten into a vehicle and driven off. He was just gone. I haven't seen Joe since then, but my parents still live there today and report that he's still around, making his presence known with his whispering and playful moving of objects. I grew up in the country. We had lots of strange, bizarre things happen to us during that time. Aliens, paranormal, etc. I lived in a house surrounded by fields and forests, no cable or internet. Not that those were really a big thing back then anyway. So I spent most of my time outdoors. This happened when I was in my early teens. My best friend and I were driving to go bring some food to my dad and his friend, who who were working late at night on some scrap metal down the way from us. To get to where they were, there were 2 ways to go. One was the normal paved road, and the second was a long old dirt road that people didn't really go down. The dirt road was surrounded by trees on both sides, had some sketchy, older abandoned houses on either side, and a very old cemetery at the end. After we brought the food to them, we decided to take the old dirt road back as a joke. We used to walk that road every now and then during the day, even though it creeped us out, but we tried to stay away from it at night. We were both laughing about how the other one was too scared to go down it. She was driving, and we were both laughing, listening to music, when we made the turn onto the road. It was a right-hand turn, so in order to make the full turn, she had to sweep her headlights across the cemetery. I remember looking at the graves, and that's when I saw her. It was an all-white figure, in the shape of a female, with a long dress and long hair. She was standing between the cemetery and the forest. I stared at her for what I felt was 5 to 10 seconds before she vanished, and then I continued to stare at that spot for a good 10 seconds longer. Once I kind of came out of it, I realized that the car was stopped. I have no idea for how long. My friend and I were both very quiet, and we both kind of looked at each other like, what the hell? Neither one of us really said anything for a while, but I finally asked her if she had seen something, and she said she did. Not wanting to say what I saw first, I asked her what she saw, and she described the figure exactly as I had above. Interestingly, none of us were afraid. I remember when I saw her, everything kind of went into slow motion. Even when there was music going on in the car, it was quiet. And I definitely don't remember the car slowing down and stopping. I remember being in awe and thinking she radiated beauty, and she still crosses my mind to this day. I've been back there many times during the night and day, and I haven't seen anything like it since. Anyways, thanks for reading if you're still with me. It's nice to be able to share these stories in a serious way without people looking at you like you've lost your mind. I live in an apartment that has an obvious ghost or spirit living here too. While living here, I've had 2 roommates. All 3 of us have witnessed the exact same thing from this specific spirit. When we were the only ones home and would take a shower, it would sound like the front door would open, like someone was coming home. We would get out of the shower expecting someone to be home. Every time this happened, we opened the bathroom door to find out that in fact, no one came through the front door. I live alone currently, and I took a shower this evening. The noise and feeling this time was a little different. In the evening, I push a 50-pound piece of furniture up against the door to prevent intruders. This specific evening, I heard a bang at the door, and while it sounded like there was a struggle to get in. After hearing that noise, it sounded like a door halfway with a creaking noise. It didn't frighten me. It actually hasn't really frightened anyone, just confused because we know what we heard. Does anyone have any idea of why the spirit is doing this when someone is home alone and in the shower? I heard once that spirits were attracted to water. Is this true? And why not in the shower with a roommate home? Well, looking forward to your insight. When I was little, I saw the ghosts of 2 boys that used to live on my street. For some context, this was at the first house I lived in, and I was around 4 or 5. Keep in mind, I had a pretty overactive imagination as a kid, but this encounter felt so real
and unlike anything I've experienced beforehand. But anyway, let's get into the story. I woke up in the middle of the night in my mother's room. I forgot why I was in my mother's room, but I remember that she was sleeping, and her room was lightened enough that I was able to look around the room. But when I looked towards her bedroom door, I saw two white figures playing. They appeared to be young, as they seemed smaller than, say, my father, and seemed around a little older than people my age that I knew. They also weren't transparent. These figures had actual mass to them. Like shadow people is the best way to describe it, but instead of black, they were white. Anyways, when I saw them, they stopped playing and stared right at me. My whole body froze, and I was unable to say anything. I didn't even want to wake my mother. I was that frightened to move. Then, the two figures started to walk to me, as excruciatingly slow as possible. As they crossed over to my side of the bed, one of the boys had reached his hand out to touch me, and then faded away just as he reached me. It wasn't until a few years later, when I brought this up with my dad, and he told me that he used to see a bunch of ghosts when he was a kid at our house. He grew up in my first house. But he never saw ghosts of two children. He did say that he heard a story growing up, that there were two boys that had died on the street that we lived on. One died falling down the stairs, and the other died in some other way that he couldn't recall. But he also didn't know these boys personally. That's all I've got. I've told a few people this, and they brought up sleep paralysis. But I felt like I could move. I was just afraid to move in that moment. I did say that I had an overactive imagination back then, so it is entirely possible that I imagined it all. But it felt so real and unlike any night terror that had been made up by my imagination. If you have any explanations, that would be awesome. But for now, I'll sign off on that note. I was reading some old stuff I'd written about a possible ghostly encounter. I'm not sure if it fits, but it might. So back in late 2016, I was 19, and if I remember correctly, it was mid to late November. It was around 7 to 8-ish p.m., and I was walking into the kitchen to get a snack. I stopped, thinking I heard someone say my name, and I turned around and looked toward the living room and saw some stranger sitting on my living room sofa. This person was wearing a white anarkali dress, South Asian dress. I'll also add a picture that looks similar to what I'm remembering seeing. It was definitely a woman because of the dress, and the figure was sitting with one leg over the other, and their elbow was on the leg that was over the other. And I never did get a good look at the figure's face, though. I then looked away, and I'm not sure I remember why I did. And then I turned to look again, and nobody was there. Then a few days later, I was in my front yard, sweeping my walkway, and I crouched down to get something I dropped. And when I lifted my head up, I saw someone in front of me. It was a female's figure, and this figure was wearing some pretty kick-ass white high heels and a white anarkali dress. And I immediately recognized it as the dress I'd seen a few days prior. I then stood up, but no one was there. So what do you guys think? Was it possibly a ghost or merely hallucinations? I searched up a woman in white, but it comes back as a story of a woman who died of childbirth and other horrible deaths. I did my weak research for a bit after it happened, and then I gave up because 1, I was lazy, and 2, I couldn't get any answers that seemed to explain. Also, many articles discourage the thought of seeing ghosts. Nor do I think it was an angel, because all the articles said angels are like a light source. I also didn't really think that it's a jinn either, because they typically bother people for fun and stuff. So I've heard and read, but this seemed super harmless. Anyways, all kinds of comments are welcome.
My story is a long one, and bear with me, it's a wild ride. I grew up in a house that was built in 1902. I was born in the late 80s, so the house had been remodeled a few times. It was a 2-story house with 3 bedrooms and a tiny bathroom on the 2nd floor. The bathroom was at the top of the stairs, and my room was across the hall at kind of an angle. My sister and my parents had rooms further down a long, narrow hallway. For as long as I can remember, I saw a ghost. I called her Pam. My mom told me I began talking about Pam around the age of 5. And in her words, I never stopped. My mom never believed any of this and just brushed it off as my imagination. Pam was pink and transparent, a see-through, totally pink little girl. Maybe 8 or 9 years old. She walked around only the upstairs, and she never came down the steps. Honestly, I have no idea where the name Pam came from. Growing up, Pam would sit at the top of the stairs, waiting for me to run up to the bathroom after I got home from school. I would walk around her because she was always there, every day. If she wasn't sitting on the step, she would be just sitting on a bed or standing in the rooms or hallway. Harmless for the most part. However, if I ignored her, she would mess up my bedroom while I was gone, doing my paper route. And when I would get back home, my parents would be all sorts of angry over my messy room. But if I said a quick hi, she wouldn't mess with me. She never touched me, and I also never physically saw her move anything with my own eyes. But I would get really scared and nauseous every time she would destroy my room behind my back. So I learned very quickly to say hi to her every day. At the age of 15, my mom had put me into therapy because I was still bringing up Pam here and there. Pam was still always around. I was used to her, and she wasn't doing anything. So she didn't come up in conversation as often. Therapy helped, but not with Pam. When I was 17, my parents decided to put our house up for sale. And I don't know if it was all the people walking through or me packing my stuff, but something triggered Pam, and it got real crazy. About a month before our new house was built and ready to move in, I was asleep in my room. My bed was against the wall, and I could lie on my side and see right into the bathroom. While asleep, I had a dream of Pam, still transparent, standing in the doorway of the bathroom. She pointed up, and for the first time in my life, I heard Pam talk. She said, "Look, that's my mom." I sat up in the bed, and from the light fixture, I saw a dark-haired woman, hanging, lifeless, by a rope. Her boot fell off of her foot, and it hit the floor, and I woke up. Holy shit. I couldn't say anything because my family never saw her. They didn't understand. Pam wasn't in their lives like she was in mine. I didn't really dwell too much on it. It was a dream. Pam was back to sitting on the steps the next day. Life as usual. But 2 weeks later, I had another dream. It started out exactly like the first one. The bathroom light was on, and I could kind of see in while lying on the bed. But this time, I heard weird grunting and splashing. I sat up and saw clear as day the woman that was hanging from the light fixture, only she was alive and holding Pam, no longer translucent, under the water in our bathtub. She was drowning Pam in our bathtub. I don't have any idea what made me wake up, but I couldn't contain my emotion. I ran down the hall and I jumped into my parents' bed, yes, at 17 years old. It was just my mom in there. I think my dad fell asleep on the couch or something, but I was hysterical. I told my mom everything through tears and gasps for air. My mom didn't know what to say. Then in the middle of my sadness, Pam walked into the doorframe of my parents' bedroom. She was transparent again. I quickly laid down really close to my mom. I pulled the covers over my head. I just remember saying, "Oh my God, Mom, she's in here." I held my breath, and seconds later I felt cold, small hands on my back, shoving me against my mom. I kept yelling, "Stop touching me!" My mom could only reply with, "I'm not touching you." This went on for what felt like forever, but was probably only a matter of seconds. When she stopped, she just stood there at the side of the bed, staring at me. She didn't move. I pulled the covers over my head again and ended up crying myself to sleep while my mom held me. We were both shaking horribly. I moved all my stuff out the next day, and I slept on the floor of our unfinished house the next few nights until my bedroom was done. I never went back. Shortly after my family moved out completely, before the next buyers moved in, the entire back of the house and the entire garage went up in fire. The official cause? Spontaneous combustion. The first people to buy and sell the house after us lasted 10 months there. They called my parents to tell them that they couldn't keep the window or the door shut in the room with the black carpeting. That was my room. I wanted black carpet when I was 15. I saw the house posted a couple of months ago on Zillow, and the only picture of my room shows the door open a crack. You can see a bit of the black carpet, but there's nothing in the room. The rest of the house is furnished. I've tried so hard to find any information about the girl that's in my old house, but there's almost no information at all. Just basic architecture and a lot of online documents. It's the craziest story, I know, but this was my childhood. Part of me feels sorry for Pam, but another part of me knows there's something strong and dark in that house. I know Pam loved me, but no way would I ever go back.